give you the starting lineup for tonight's feature event. It is Jonathan Bronson on pole position, coming off a nice podium finish a couple of weeks ago. It is his first pole this season in XCAL competition, and Matt Bear next to him. Row 2, championship contender Jordan Babinger and Alex Krapzer. Row 3, Blake Wynn, Art Hendren. Row 4, Alex Hallinar, Noah Carpenter. Rounding out the top 10 is Mason Foster on a great run from Derek Colson. Row 6, Ryan Seams, Gerald Poole. Row 7, Sean Andrews and Josh Doobie. Row 8, Joe Campbell and Greg Holes. And we're going to take this opportunity and show you, get the rest of the starting lineup on your screen. You can see it there on our end. Just remember as well, there will be a lot of EOLs today, not just from the mandatory minimum practice, but also some stuff that went down 2 weeks ago. Drivers were checking up on the pace lap, getting into one another, the field not tightening up properly, extending it one additional lap, and because of the result, race control was not happy. A bunch of drivers receiving penalties and starting off with a strike going to the end of the longest line. To the rear, Tyler McRae, Patrick Sullivan, Sean Patrick, Jose Gaudino, Wesley Johnson, Jeff Edgar, Ezekiel Montero, John Schwartz, Octavio Rondeletto, Luke Turpin, John Brancaccio, Austin Edwards, Kenny Tripp, Kendrick Cryer, Don York, and Alex Gingler. They either did not make mandatory minimum practice or they were penalized from checking up on the start. And that's the big thing that XCAL preaches.
And that is definitely going to come into play when they move to the back. Another thing that will come into play here, we heard mention of the fuel situation, but a lot of these guys probably did not factor in this pace lap into the initial run. That ought to make things a little bit interesting out here as well. And there are some road course gurus out on the track that are definitely going to throw a monkey wrench into some people's plans here tonight.
We'll tell you about a couple of drivers to watch out for that are what road course ringers are making their first XCAL start of the season, or maybe even their second, considering we raced at Texas Motor Speedway earlier in the season. Tonight's race is sponsored by Tri-E Inc. Tri-E Inc. builds walk-in coolers and freezers for grocery stores and big box stores in the southeastern United States, covering a geographical area from Florida to Texas to Virginia. They are an excellent source for installation, repair, and maintenance. Contact them at tryeinc@gmail.com.
And just looking as we look through the field as they do this full pace lap, this is a difficult track, but I can tell you there are a couple of guys out here. I know personally one of them I have raced road with. That is Gerald Poole. He is a great road and endurance racer. This is really in his wheelhouse, and he's got the best starting position of his season so far in XCAL, starting in 12th. I expect to see him up front. And then you've got a couple of guys in the field extremely good at saving fuel and tires on an oval, like Octavio Rondeletto. And Rondeletto was extremely fast at Texas Road, but he is starting all the way back in 27th. It'll be interesting to see what he can do with it.
Do you expect to see Thanos Poole up front in a snap?
Good one. I see what you did there. I expect to see him in the top 10 pretty quickly. We'll see if he can get a little luck on his side. You never know.
A couple of drivers we should let you know about, Jonathan Schwartz and Jeff Edgar. They are starting in the pits, so they will have to wait 5 seconds after the green flag comes out, and then they will go on out. I think it's just to conserve fuel. And we've got a bunch of drivers checking up at the rear of the field, but it does not matter. We are about to go green as the JT's mobile pressure washing pace truck will bring them into pit road. Race fans, strap in and hold on tight, because these men are about to turn them loose and drop the sledgehammer. It's Bronson, it's Bear on the front row, and it's showtime at the World Center of Racing. Bronson, Bear, Babinger, Krapzer, win your top 5 2x2 into turn number 1. This is where things can get very hairy in an instant. Nobody really, a big lockup. One driver is off course as they go 3 wide into turn 1.
Looks like Mason Foster was the, no, it was not Mason Foster. Might have been Art Hendren that locked up in the middle there and ended up way back. Jeff Edgar coming off of pit lane now. As you mentioned, he started there. Coming out of the International Horseshoe, no major chaos yet. And as close as these guys went through 1 and 2 through the S's, I'm really surprised by that. Everybody kind of starting to sort out single file, and a lot of these guys, you know, they don't do a lot of road racing. So that is definitely going to come into play. I know they've had 2 weeks to practice, and I know of a couple of teams that literally practiced every single day of that. As they come back out onto the NASCAR oval, the Alex Hallinar car goes way wide, but manages to keep it out of the tire barrier. And you know, Marty, those barriers at those turns, those are definitely going to come into play tonight.
Absolutely, as the field speeds their way up into the NASCAR turns, 31 degrees of banking, the low line you want to be. Bronson with the early lead, his teammate Babinger second, followed by Matt Bear in third. Now they go into the Daytona Super Stretch, a pivotal bus stop here down the back straightaway with Blake Wynn. And there's a bump from Hallinar going to Alex Krapser. They keep it straight. No issues at all. You've got Mason Foster running in the 7th position as we've got a battle for the lead starting to heat up between Jonathan Bronson and Jordan Babinger. Babinger was a part of a practice race during the off week and was able to come home and was a key contender inside the top 2. Lap 1 about to go up on the boards in this long endurance race, and it's Bronson over Babinger. The battle for the lead. Here they come into turn 1. Babinger looks to the inside. Bronson slams the door, but Bronson may go wide here. Here we go for the lead. Babinger's got it for now.
Yeah, perfect move by Babinger. He checked up just a little bit and made the right move. As we're starting to see some cars actually going to pit road already. That is interesting. Rondeletto went to pit road. Kyle Battles. Looks like there might have actually been an off-track incident. Let's take a quick look and see as they come off of NASCAR turn number 4.
We've got trouble, by the way, I believe. Go ahead.
I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, it looks like Jeremy Leto might be in trouble.
And that, I believe, is in the International Horseshoe. He gets it back going with no issues. Leto currently in 33rd position. We stay green as they come out of the infield. Babinger and Bronson 1 and 2 as they come onto the tri-oval. PDJ Zeller, the call is all yours.
Yeah, they're up front. Great start here for the DBR teammates. They've opened up a little bit gap on the rest of the field now. Matthew Bear, Mad Bear looking on from 3rd position right now. Then back in 4th place, we got Blake Wynn making his return to XCAL Racing, followed closely behind by Alex Krapser. Sometime around lap number 7, expect the first green flag pit stops to be made as we come down into the bus stop here. Babinger gets on the brakes a little bit early. It's going to be Bronson closing the gap right back up, but it's going to be the 48 car getting back on the go pedal. He opens the gap back up. Babinger going to lead a lap, try to get some bonus points.
Babinger looking for 5 bonus points. And Doug, let's talk about this while we are at it. This is, I know it's a long race, but this is as well, the 5 bonus points would be huge towards the championship. You got to remember how points work in XCAL competition. The winner gets 175. The lowest goes down to 36. Babinger gets 5 bonus points for leading a lap. Luke Turpin, for those who are wondering, his main nemesis in the championship, 117 points. Babinger with the provisional lead in the championship standings.
And Turpin right now back in a mess. He is back in 15th. Started in 29th, though. He is charging his way through the field as he goes into turn 1. And there was a lot of chaos as they went through the International Horseshoe last time. That is what ended up sending some drivers around. And we'll have to see if it happens again, but that allowed several drivers to pick up a ton of time. And the fastest car on track right now is the 7th place 424 of Noah Carpenter. He's got the fastest lap of the night so far. Their lap time's running right around 2:02, and we will see that start to drop off here. But you know, with the different tire strategies here, it'll be interesting to see how long some of these guys go before changing tires.
It certainly will be. Is now one car I'm taking a close look at right now is the 062 Wesley Johnson. That car started all the way back in 24th position. He's already meandered himself up into the 12th spot. Also in 11th place right now, Ezekiel Monterrero. That cat started all the way back in 26th position. In just 3 laps, he's up to 11th. He won his heat race yesterday, and get this, guys. Ezekiel Monterrero has the highest road I rating in the field. He has a road I rating of 5,000. That is a very impressive number. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the iRating system, but it is much harder to get that high of a number on road than it is oval, as Matt Bear makes a mistake out of the bus stop.
And the battle is on for third position. Alex Krapser coming home second 2 weeks ago at USA. Couple of drivers as well off track in the back straightaway area, PD. I believe Alex Gingler was one of them, and same with Austin Edwards. This happened maybe just over a minute ago. We actually had a crash too. Tyler McRae in the bus stop, and along with him is the 08 of Don York. And don't know what happened here as we take a look at a replay. What happened here, Doug?
Looks like everybody checked up, and looks like a couple of guys just missed their braking point, overcooked it in, and 3 cars caught in that, the 99, the 01, and a couple more look like they might have gotten a little bit of scrapes and bumps. They had to get evasive, but that could have been terrible. And I tell you, we talked about it in the pre-race that turn 1, we're going to see a lot of issues there. We're going to see a lot more issues in the bus stop. It gets a little bit crazy out there.
PD, I'll bring you in here because this was a big story with the 08 as well. And I talked with Don before we went green flag racing. That 08 was 24 points actually, outside of the top 15. As we got problems actually, Doug. Gangler and Godino have gone around.
Let's see if we can get that pulled up here, as looks like they were going into the International Horseshoe at the time. And the 20 car checked up more than was expected, and just got together. And the 82 ends up out by the fence. He lost a bunch of positions. Doesn't look like the other car lost very, very much, but that is a huge, huge hit.
Battle for the lead though, PD, on in the back straightaway.
Yeah, the battle for the lead is on. Babinger just got the lead taken away from him by his teammate in the 28 car. Bronson takes the lead back and quickly call. We have 2 cars off there. That one of them's Blake Wynn, one of them Mason Foster. They're running 6th and 8th. They're both going to lose a couple of spots as they miss part of the bus stop there. But the battle up front is about to become a 3, maybe 4 horse race as we are seeing Krapser and Matthew Bear catch up. And I just want to bring this up to you guys. This race isn't going to be decided by speed. This race is going to be decided by pit stops. You're going to be making about 15 to 20 pit stops in this race here today. And I'm going to be very curious to see. We see good battle and racing going on right now, but it's all could change in the blink of an eye as we have a battle for the lead. But when they go in the pits, it could change quickly.
Yeah, and you got to think that lead change up front, at least this first one, was a bit of strategy play, making sure both teammates got the points, because neither of them had to fight real hard, but now they're trying to fight as they go through the International Horseshoe. Babinger almost gets the back bumper of Bronson there, manages to hold off, and now they're back single file. They've actually put a little bit of a gap on Krapser, and I did hear earlier in the week a lot of guys saying that, hey, Krapser is going to be the driver to watch tonight.
Bronson!
Not what the 28 wanted of Jonathan Bronson. Won't be happy at his teammate for that. What do you think happened there, Doug? Do you think he just cooked the tires there into the West Horseshoe?
It looked like Bronson just got out of the throttle, got on the brakes a little harder than his teammate expected. His teammate couldn't adjust enough in time. Once you get on the brakes, it's really, really hard to turn that car, and he lost a lot of ground there. He lost about 2 positions, but he lost a lot of distance.
Just had a change for 5th, PD. Carpenter by Bear.
Yeah, there we go. Good change for position there. I tell you what, Noah Carpenter was looking really impressive in practice in the heat races this week. Don't be surprised if that 424 car for Asphalt Motorsports has a good run there. A car owned by Darren Snyder. Darren looking to pick up his first career top 5 as a car owner.
Alex Hallinar up in this too, currently running in 4th position. In fact, last lap was the fastest lap of the race at a 2:02.22. Now the pit window going to be opening in just about a lap from now. You could see drivers start to come in early. We saw that with Schwartz, Edgar, Holes, McRae already in, Joe Campbell. They've already stopped early. Doug, what could this do strategy-wise? Is obviously going to throw a lot of people off the cycle.
Well, we know that these guys can go 7 to 9 laps. Stopping 2 laps early just means they're going to have to make one extra stop. I heard some drivers say they could do this on 10 stops if they were very careful. Most said 11 to 12. So it's going to be really interesting to see this. Stopping on lap 5, now you have to factor in a pace lap. That's going to short them a little bit, but not so much that they had to pit now. So they've got to have done the math, worked it out backwards, and found some sort of benefit by stopping now, because they won't go a lap down, but when they come off pit road, they're going to be way, way behind. Tyler McRae, we'll have to keep an eye on it when Kyle comes off pit road, see just how far behind he is.
There's trouble, too, with Wesley Johnson.
A tough break there for the 06-2 as he had made up a bunch of spots. He gets it back going, has to be careful rejoining, and he will merge back in 15th place right in front of Josh Doobie. Another car that's made their way out, 2 cars that have made their way up through the field here. Actually, you might as well say 3. Octavio Rondoletto from 28th up to 13th, Austin Edwards from 31st up to 14th, and Luke Turpin up from 29th to 15th. Before this race is over, I can tell you this much. Those 3 cars I just named will be a factor in the race for the win in this thing. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when those guys work their way up to the front. As up front, we do have Jordan Babinger now with a little bit of a gap over Alex Krapser, but they are probably going to go one more lap, and next time by, you should see green flag pit stop starting to unfold.
We'll see what happens. Babinger in the lead, Krapser, Bronson, Hallinar, and Carpenter. That's your top 5. Matt Bear in 6th. Best battle on 7th on track between Ryan Seams and Sean Andrews. Andrews is a driver you don't really expect to be a contender with how the way his luck has been. But in this JT's mobile pressure washing 999 monsoon machine, he is looking for 7th spot on Ryan Seams. These two do share an ally too, as Andrews makes the pass stick on the outside. He takes the 7th spot, and they make their way into turn 1, Doug.
Yeah, coming out off the horseshoe, if you can make sure you're right there, get that draft, it's really easy to get an outside pass, and that sets you up better for turn 1. And you see he already got that run through turn 1 as some green flag stops are starting to happen. And he locked the brakes going into the International Horseshoe, makes it work, drifts a little bit wide, but we mentioned another thing, too, as you see him come through the kink right now, that there is a bit of a bump in the kink, and right before you get to the right-handed horseshoe, and both of those bumps can really unsettle a car, and I'm guessing we're going to see a couple of incidents in both those places tonight.
Yeah, here we go. Back, though, exiting onto NASCAR turns 1 and 2. Battle for the lead's tightened up, but these guys expect him to pit this time by. I don't know if you'll see him get too racy here, but it is Jordan Babinger still out front, followed closely behind by Alex Krapser, Jonathan Bronson in 3rd, Alex Hallinar in 4th, and 5th, that 424 machine of Noah Carpenter. Then you go a little bit further back, and you have a pretty tight pack for about 7th through 11th. Then behind those guys is another pack where we have Luke Turpin actually racing side by side with Octavio Rondoletto. Turpin's going to take that spot away right before they get to their pit stops. Here, though, come the leaders down into the bus stop. Babinger gets a little bit squirrely on entry, but he's going to get a good exit. And back to you, Marty, for pit stops.
Looking for 2nd spot, possibly Jonathan Bronson. The entry is going to be very key. Just got a report that Octavio Rondoletto and Ezekiel Montero will pit this lap here. Remember, like Petey said earlier, it's going to be about 15 green flag stops. Let's see who comes in this time off of NASCAR 4. Krapser will make the turn in. The top 3 going to come in. You got to be very careful. About a 65, 55 mile an hour pit speed, actually. And the top 10 all come in at the same time. Mason Foster gets turned. Trouble for Mason Foster in the 96. Looks like some slight front end damage, nothing too bad. Hang on, Wesley Johnson almost got into that battle there. That got very close, and as they come on in, Jonathan Bronson locked them up as he made his way into pit road, trying to see who's going to stay out here. Jonathan Schwartz, remember, he waited an extra 5 seconds. He's going to be the race leader, so he's going to go an extra lap as they go to Doug Burns.
Yeah, Schwartz making a move here. He is up in that points battle, and he is definitely doing everything he can to get some bonus points here. I was surprised to see that incident, but these guys were getting down onto the brakes, and guys practiced pit stops just a lot harder. Some guys are a lot harder on the brakes. Some guys are easier and smoother. And we probably, once we see this stretch out, we won't see a whole lot of that. But while this group is still in a huge pack, that is when these incidents are going to happen. One of the things that does happen at Daytona Road, though, is these guys will split up now that they've had pit stops. Everybody will be a little bit more spread out. They'll get more spread out for quite a while, but after a couple of pit stops around lap 30 or so, I imagine we'll see a couple of large packs again.
So, I'll update you on a few things. We had 2 cars miss their pit stalls, one of them being Ezekiel Monterrero, who had worked his way up to 8th position. He missed his pit stall. He's going to have to come back this time by, and he's probably going to be out of gas. Also, Derek Colson missed his pit stall, and Derek Colson is out of gas, and Monterrero does look like that car's also had to take a tow because he ran out of gas.
Absolutely.
So, big storyline here. And also, we had a change in position in pit road as well. Jordan Babinger lost 4 spots in pit road. The lead's going to cycle through to Alex Krapser.
Yeah, and Bronson as well, who just gets by Derek Colson, provisionally will be in the 2nd position. He locked them up. I was watching that on his pit entry. Just got a little bit too far, and now we're getting reports that your top 2 are going to come in. Now remember, Jonathan Schwartz started from pit road. That's an interesting technique to save fuel, to use less fuel compared to the drivers that are using fuel on their warm-up lap. The only disadvantage for Schwartz is that he had to start the race on cold tires compared to everyone else who would be able to warm their cars up for an entire lap. So there's always a pro and a con to everything in part of road racing. Meanwhile, Alex Krapser will take the lead away, and this should be a bonus point to Krapser. Yes, it is. 5 bonus points. Bronson's in 2nd. We should see Alex Hallinar in 3rd. We do. Jordan Babinger 4th. Matt Bearer, the top 5. And Krapser is in turn 1 with no issues, Doug.
Yeah, and got to tell you that, you mentioned the tires getting warmed up and whatnot. That could actually come into play for that group of guys that started from pit road. Having those cold tires, that first lap will be a little bit tougher, but they can extend the life and the grip in those tires a lot further. Krapser now has almost a 2-second lead here, but he is taking it fairly easy, it looks like, because Jonathan Bronson is not far behind and starting to actually gain a little bit of ground through every turn. It looks like Bronson is really getting off those corners good. Based on what we've seen early in the race, Krapser gets into the turns deeper, and Bronson gets off the turns a lot harder.
So now we have a good battle starting to brew for 3rd here. We've had Jordan Babinger catch back up to Alex Hallinar, not too far of a gap there. The best battle on the racetrack, though, right now is the battle for 7th position. Austin Edwards, after starting 31st, he is already up to the back bumper of that 424 of Noah Carpenter. And it looks like Carpenter's just going to heat way. He's going to let Edwards go, so Edwards is going to move up to 7th position. This is key. Remember, the only other road course race XCAL ran this year was at the Texas Road Course. You know who won that race? Austin Edwards, after a late race battle with Luke Turpin, Marty.
As they go into turn number 3, we're watching the battle for 3rd closely between Hallinar and Babinger. Looking at the gap between Krapser and Bronson, last time around, Bronson was 0.4 of a second faster than Alex Krapser. We'll check it out before we send it off to Doug Burns here. And it looks like Hallinar on the exit of the bus stop got out just a little bit quicker compared to Jordan Babinger as they work their way off of turn number 4. And we'll compare their lap times this time. It was a 25, so half-second pickup from Jonathan Bronson. He's the best road course car on the track right now.
And here's another interesting note. After these pit stops, you'd think with the extra weight of the fuel that they'd be a little bit slower, but we just saw the first laps breaking into the 2:01s, and that is the top 3, Krapser, Bronson, Babinger, as they go through the infield. And Krapser already picking up some lap traffic here. Some of the guys that issues earlier in the race starting to get lapped already. There's a few cars already lapped as well, just due to incidents, tows, things of that nature. But right now, Alex Krapser continues to run the fastest laps out there consistently and keeps that gap at about 2 seconds as he gets ready to go back onto the backstretch.
All right, so here we go. He goes into NASCAR 2, and this is worth noting. Ezekiel Monterrero, after that tow, he is still on the lead lap. He is currently in 30th position, the last car on the lead lap. He is right in front of Krapser. But Ezekiel Monterrero was running a great pace. He was one of the fastest cars in the track before this incident happened. So now for Ezekiel Monterrero, he is not racing to get up to the lead before the halfway caution. Monterrero right now is racing solely with the goal of keeping that machine on the lead lap, so when we get that caution at halfway, he can line up next to the rest of the lead lap cars. For him, it's not a battle for position right now. It's a battle to keep that car on the lead lap, Marty.
It is actually a battle with himself to make sure to not make any mistakes, whether it be forgetting to add fuel or overdriving the corner and pounding the tire barriers. Krapser has opened the lead up a little to Jonathan Bronson last time by, though Bronson was actually 0.3 of a second quicker. Trying to find a good battle on track. We're watching that battle for 6 still with Edwards and Carpenter. Edwards still with the sleight of hand. Back in 10th position, Ryan Seams trying to close in on Sean Andrews, but Krapser continues to lead the way. Jordan Babinger just ran his fastest lap of the race. Actually, no, correction. It was a 2:02.45. Bronson, the faster car on the track amongst the top 3.
And things are going to start tightening back up here in a minute. And hey, we had a question come in asking what they're watching right now. It is the XCAL Street Stocks on iRacing. These guys are all sitting in their house driving around this big road course, and it's like you said, it's only the second time they've put the Street Stocks on the road course this year, and a lot of things starting to shake out. There's been several off tracks. Alex Gangler went off track. We've had several other cars. It looks like Gangler might have gone off track again. It looks like he is really struggling on the road course here tonight.
Yeah, not a tough go, rather, for Alex Gangler so far in this one. Car I want to take a look at right now, though, currently sitting in about 12th position is Wesley Johnson. That car had issues earlier in the race. Johnson has recovered nicely. He's back up to 12th position after a spin around early. He was very quick. We ran a 50-lap practice race here a week ago hosted by Jeff Edgar. Johnson actually won that race. That's how he got involved with XCAL Racing. Johnson's a guy that you're going to have to keep an eye on all race long, as I really think he could end up playing a factor in this thing before the race is over. But like I've been preaching this whole broadcast, Marty, this is just a battle to halfway right now.
Absolutely, and I gotta ask, and Doug, you may have to help me on this one, but what in the wide world is this scheme? We're gonna lose. I see cross marks on the number 3. Now, come on, man, that's just not cool. Who is that face anyway? Can someone help me out here?
Which car are you looking at?
The old 62. Look at Wesley Johnson's car.
I think it might be Wesley himself.
That's true.
And
who the heck knows? But
that is definitely an interesting paint scheme. I had not noticed that, but it says "Woo Me" on the side. That has to be Wesley, and that is definitely an interesting thing. He's got his face across the grill guard as well. That is just awesome.
it's just so. Some of these schemes are just so weird. Like, for example, you take a look at the rear bumper of Kendrick Cryer. Look at the list he's got. He's got his own FU Higgins list. Let's see. Today it says Chase Johnson, Joe Campbell, Tyler Jalbert, Pay to Win, Jeremy Little, Joe Biden, Childhood Cancer, and Blake Wynn. Remember, the front end of this car is a Trump scheme.
Yeah, it's funny that he keeps updating that on a weekly basis. But I got to tell you, the best looking car on the track, in my humble opinion, is that 9 car of Gerald Poole. That has some really pretty logos on it. And yeah, I really like it.
Yeah, it's like a throwback scheme to your page.
Yes, it is. And, you know, he is on he's currently running in 17th. I told you to watch him earlier. I'm trying to check the data because he stopped at lap 10. I gave him some tips the other day to try out to see if he could extend that fuel mileage. He was running about 9.5 laps and on a tank of fuel. I gave him some tips, and it looks like, if I've read this correctly, he actually went the first 10 laps without stopping.
That's
Wow.
very interesting. We've got a battle for the 5th position heating up. Austin Edwards is on the charge, closing in on Matt Bear. Last time out, Bear had a 0.05 of a second advantage, but Edwards has been able to close it down. They work on the lapped car of the number 5, which is Derek Colson, a brand new scheme dedicated to Dunkin' Donuts, and they're 3 wide off NASCAR 4. Battle for positions underway. Who's going to back out first and who's going to outbreak the other? Edwards gets the advantage over Matt Bear. They nearly come to blows, and Edwards outbreaks Bear. Colson takes it easy into turn 1, doesn't want to mess them up, and Edwards up into the top 5 from the 31st starting position, and he's in the grass.
He was pushing that car to its absolute limits here, and it definitely showed. But man, what an awesome move there! And 3 wide going into 1. Kudos to the guys that backed out, rolled out of that, and made the wise choice there. 3 wide into 1, it can work, but it rarely does. As Austin Edwards had an off track.
Yeah, tough break there for Austin as he's going to get that car back going. Only 3 guys right now in this race have 0x going, and that is Alex Hallinar, Alex Krapser, and Matthew Bear. So if your name's Alex, there's a good chance you have a 0x race going, besides Gangler, of course, that is. Right now, though, the best battle on the track is probably about to be for 4th position in a moment, because the lap times Austin Edwards is putting down right now are some of the best on the racetrack, and he is quickly going to be catching up to this Alex Hallinar machine, currently sitting in 4th position. That 66 car is absolutely on the move. And, you know, I kind of expected the same thing out of the 77 of Octavio Rondoletto and the 454 of Luke Turpin. Luke Turpin must have had some sort of issue, because he's in 25th right now. That car must have had an issue that we didn't notice, because he should not be running that far back if you know the caliber driver Luke Turpin is. But Rondoletto, he seems like he's got up to that 8th spot. Now he just kind of is plateaued. Marty?
So just looking at Luke Turpin's pit time on his first go-around, it was a 49.8. Other drivers were going just over a 30-second threshold, so maybe Luke Turpin overshot his pit entry. That could have been the case there, or just a long pit stop, his team having possibly a big issue. Right now, though, you think Austin Edwards is running the faster times on the track. He ran it last time out at 2:02:33, but it continues to be Jonathan Bronson. Before he just crossed the start-finish line, was in the 2:01s. About to see what Edwards times in at the start-finish line. It's a 2:02:856.
And you know, you have to wonder about this. Obviously, these teams work together. They share setups. They build their own setups for every race. They spend a ton of time testing. But, you know, Austin Edwards has his own setup shop, and he gives them away free. And you got to wonder how many guys out here are running his setup here tonight, or a modification of that setup to try and compete with him, because he is definitely fast out here tonight.
He certainly is. And guys, I want to present a question to y'all while we're up here in the booth having a good time early on in this race. It's still early enough in the race where I feel like this is a fair question to ask. Who do you guys got going to victory lane at the end of this thing? Normally we talk about it in our little group chat. This week we didn't get the chance to. I'll give my prediction since I am the one who asked the question. I'm picking Alex Hallinar to go to victory lane tonight. I think his experience in endurance events, I think he's not racing too fast of a pace right now as Hallinar. He's running a modest pace. He's just running his own race. I think that's the type of things that win you these long 4-hour events. So give me Alex Hallinar, Marty.
Would be his second victory of the win. After winning the season opener at Charlotte. I like the guy that's leading right now, Alex Krapser. Coming into the night, I was thinking Jonathan Bronson, just so we can finally say he's won a race, because think about all the times he's come oh so close to putting a car in victory lane. He's driven for multiple teams this season, and this is, outside of Babinger, in my opinion, the best DBR machine out there right now. But I'm liking Alex Krapser. He came oh so close to a win. And speaking of Krapser, he's coming down pit road, 55 miles an hour. Second round of pit stops about to go down. Bronson comes on in. Jordan Babinger makes his way in. Alex Hallinar, is he staying out? Yes, he will. Hallinar will assume the lead. Matt Bear stays out. Remember the Rolling Thunder Racing Team, Doug, as we'll go to you for your prediction.
Well, I'm gonna say I'm going to wait just a few seconds so I can double check the pit stops, but I have to say, if I was right about Gerald Poole, him or a member of that team, nope, he is on pit road. So my guess is going to be either Crapser or Rondoletto. Crapser was the guy everybody was talking about throughout the week, and his pit stops have been good. His time out there has been good, equal to everybody else. He's not burning up his stuff. He's doing an amazing job, and it's either going to be Crapser or Rondoletto. He has still just been right there trying to get that second win of the season. He did amazing at Texas Road. He's up to third based on strategy, and he's been working his way through the field all night. So I got to say Crapser, Rondoletto, or Gerald Poole. I'm hedging my bets here.
Battle for the lead on, Petey, as they're in the NASCAR turns between Halinar and Bear before they come to pit.
Yeah, that was a good prediction there, Doug. But yeah, Halinar and Bear are battling right now. I don't expect to see them get too racy here, as they're both coming into the pits next time by. Both those guys, very smart racers. Those are two of the cars that are still rocking zero incidents up to this point in the event. And I expect to see them just make their way respectfully into the pits. Don't expect to see Matt Bear try to make a crazy move for the lead here. Here we go, though. They're both going to make it through the bus stop pretty safely here. We should see those cars capping off the pit cycle. Also still to pit, Octavio Rondoletto hasn't come down. Neither is Josh Doobie.
Top 5 have yet to come on in. Jonathan Schwartz, remember, doing the extra lap, and the battle for 4th may take place here in the bus stop. We'll just have to see what happens, Petey.
Yeah, and it looks like now the leaders are going to come in. Oh, Matt Bear does race Halinar into the pits. Bear makes it dead even into the pit lane, and Matt Bear is going to be on the outside of Halinar. The problem here for Bear is I do believe that... Oh, no, Halinar's pit stall is before Bear, so this will work out for Bear. But Halinar, if he wants to right now, he can really run the 19 high as they touch doors. Mind games being played in pit road.
Here we go for pit stops. Matt Bear has the second pit stall in the number 19. Halinar started from 7th position, so pit stall number 7. We're going to watch these stops very closely before we go to break and see where they will cycle through after pit stops. Jonathan Schwartz, by the way, going another extra lap. So he may have a setup dealt with the rear gear ratio that could help him go an extra lap of field compared to the other drivers. We'll just have to see what happens. Bronson actually who's in second spot provisionally, posted a smiley face in the chat, and some guy named PDJ Zeller disabled his chat. Oh, those kids, they say the darndest things. Matt Bear beats Alex Halinar off of pit road. Bear with a 2-second faster stop compared to Alex Halinar. So we're on lap number 16. Jonathan Schwartz leads Alex Crapser for right now, but when Schwartz comes on in, Crapser will have the edge over Bronson. We're going to take our first break of the night on lap number 16. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
Welcome back to the Virtual World Center of Racing. Couple things to mention. Mason Foster is out of the race with a motor issue. And also right now we have got a really tight battle for the race lead between Alex Krapser and Jonathan Bronson. Petey, you got it.
Here we go down in towards the bus stop. It's going to be Bronson driving in a little bit deeper. He pulls right up on the bumper there of Krapser. He made it stick somehow off the corner. They are nose to tail as they drive off into NASCAR Turn 3. And this battle for the lead, Marty, is something else here as these two are putting on a show in the first half of this thing.
About a car length and a half separate the top two. Matt Bear, we can tell you, before we went to break, was able to edge out Alex Hallinar at the line. That is 5 bonus points for the driver of the number 19. At the stripe, Krapser should edge out Bronson, but this battle is getting tight between the two of the three drivers that battled for the win 2 weeks ago at USA. Both of them have been so close to getting an XCAL win this season. It's Krapser still by a car length as Bronson tries to look.
Yeah, and that's the thing we've talked about multiple times tonight, and seeing it so far in the race hold true. Krapser drives a lot further into the corner, but loses a little momentum getting off. Jonathan Bronson is getting onto the corners a little bit easier, rolling through the center and carrying momentum off, but it's just so little difference between them, how much speed they gain and lose, that it kind of equals out as they go through the second horseshoe here, and it looks like there might have been a car go off track right in front of them. But they are still right there together. A couple of car links now Krapser has on him. We'll see once they get up to the banking and up to speed if the draft will pull Jonathan Bronson up and finally give him the run that'll get him by, Petey.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how that goes. Also an update, Ezekiel Monterrero had to come into the pits. He did lose a lap. There will be 3 waiver rounds, however, at the halfway caution, so Monterrero still can fight for one of those waiver round spots. Looks like Krapser does pull the gap up a little bit more now on Bronson, as they're probably about 3-ish laps away from coming back into the pit lane. Good gap there for Krapser now, a little bit more comfort. It looks like on the fresher tires right out of the gate, Bronson is a little bit quicker than Krapser. It looks like as the tires wear on, maybe Krapser's a little bit more kind to them tires. I noticed that car gets into the corner not quite as deep as Bronson, maybe saving a little something there for us, Marty.
Into turn 3, the gap now just about 2 car lengths. Your best battle on track for the race lead. Both of them hugging that double yellow line. Now Bronson goes up just a slight hair above that yellow line, trying to figure out a slingshot here. The cars behind them are so tough in dirty air, the cars don't know what to do when in the draft on a super speedway, not like when you're at a restrictor plate track like Charlotte or Texas. Bronson tries to slam the door on Krapser. Here we go for the lead as Krapser keeps it on Bronson in turn 1.
Yeah, it looked like Bronson was taking a wide line through 1, trying to carry as much speed as possible. Bronson definitely has the edge through the first part of the infield, but after the kink, Krapser has the advantage and just starts to pull away a little bit. They stay even until they get down to the kink, but now they're going to have a lapped car come into play in just a moment with this battle, and we're starting to see green flag pit stops. Yet again, some of those guys that aren't getting quite as many laps, they're only getting 6 and 7 laps, are already on pit road yet again. Meanwhile, these two still have a few more laps to go, and that we're starting to actually see a lot of cars going a lap down just due to all these extra pit stops.
Yeah, and this is very interesting to watch. One car I'm looking at right now, Luke Turpin, picking up spots again. He just passed Art Hendren for 21st position, which, by the way, Art Hendren having a superb run right now. Art Hendren keeping that car really clean. I watched him struggle in the heats a lot. Hendren, though, props to him. He's doing a good job right now. Battle for the lead, though, continues to stay tight. Floppa right up on the bumper right now of Krapser, and he's looking to make his move here, maybe towards the bus stop this time. This is one corner where I've really seen Floppa getting the best of Krapser. He's really gotten deeper into the bus stop. Let's see if it happens again here. This time, a little bit more equal of the bus stop, but right there in the middle of the bus stop, it's just Floppa pulls right back up to the bumpers. They catch the lap car of Gangler, Marty.
Gangler will pull up to the outside, let the top 2 go by, as Floppa, Jabroni, Bad Luck Bronson, whatever in the world you want to call him, still all over that rear end of Alex Krapser. If you put on in Kendrick Cryer, who's currently in 13th, you'll have a 3-horse battle for the lead again in Florida, just like you were 2 weeks ago at USA. Gangler's actually pulling up to the outside, I'm not sure what this is about with Bronson, but I'm sure he's not liking what Gangler just did there for a split second, trying to side draft him and stay with the leaders. Gangler the first car a lap down.
And it looks like Sean Patrick might have had an issue a few moments ago. That was another car that had been not coming to the front as fast as some others, but he was working his way forward, and another run of bad luck here for Sean tonight. Meanwhile, these two just cannot catch a break. They do get away from the lap car, so they're going to have a little bit of space both in front and behind them now. But the speeds that they're running, they're going to be catching lap traffic every other lap, probably for the remainder of the race, as they go back through the second horseshoe, and they stay right together. But Bronson is definitely slinging that car wider, and Gangler just had another off track, Petey.
Yeah, Gangler's been going off all over the place. That's no news here. But up front, the battle for the lead is tight between Crapser and Bronson. Bronson, Floppa, Jabroni, like Marty said, whatever you want to call him, a man of many names, a man with no XCAL victories yet. Could that change today? He rides right in the draft here of Alex Crapser, and he is doing an excellent job keeping that car position. Here we go. He gets a big run, and I'm noticing he's letting off the gas a little bit. He burps it. He doesn't want to make the move yet. He's just sizing up his competition. Like a Floppa in the wild, like a cat of prey, he has seen what he's up against before bounces here as they go into the bus stop, Marty.
Yeah, not only though, too, Petey, is a battle for the race lead heating up, and when Bronson was looking for Crapser there, it's starting to heat up there big time. There's also a battle for third you have to watch closely between Jordan Babinger and Austin Edwards. They're working on lap traffic. Edwards throwing the needle of both Gangler and Montero. The gap just about 4 car lengths, but for the lead, the more important battle, Bronson is still there in the rear view mirror. Just an Oklahoma land rush, 2-car tangling. Crapser continues to lead this one by about 1/10 of a second and making Bronson work the hard way around him in turn number 1. Got to be careful with the brakes. Crapser gets it a little bit wide compared to Bronson in turn 1, Doug.
Yeah, and I'm beginning to wonder, as Petey mentioned, they're getting out of the brakes a little bit. Bronson has been, or getting out of the gas a little bit, just burping it. He is forcing himself to stay behind, and you got to wonder if he's trying to play some sort of fuel strategy, if he's going to try and extend 1 lap more. If he can go 1 lap more over the course of the night, he'll get a full pit stop back. That could make a huge difference. I'm sure there's some drivers out there. Like I said, there was a few guys that said they could make it to 9, and some that were trying to find a way to make it to 10 laps on a tank. So that definitely will come into play here tonight if you can extend even by 1 lap. But you can't pull anything like trying to extend half a lap. You'd run out around the bus stop. But these guys trying anything they can, any advantage that they can get, they want right now.
Yeah, change for third in position. Edwards has gotten around Babinger. Edwards, by the way, he has made up about 4 seconds on the stint on the leaders. He started this out 12 seconds behind the leaders. It's down to 8.8 seconds, so Edwards is charging aggressively as we're getting close to another pit stop, though. Crapser continues to lead. Alex Crapser has not won an XCAL event since South Boston in 2015. He does hold the record for most second-place finishes in the history of XCAL with 9. Always a bridesmaid, rarely a bride. Crapser looking to get one today, Marty, as we're getting close to the next pits.
As they are starting to work on another lap car, that is Jeff Edgar in the number 05. One driver is in pit road right now. That is Greg Holes in the number 61 off of turn number 4. We are approaching the window for our third round of pit stops, and it's different this time. Crapser comes in, Bronson stays out. Your new leader, the 28, 5 more bonus points for the driver in that number 28 machine. Edwards and Babinger join him, and Babinger trying to outbrake Edwards. These are mind games here in that battle for third position. Let's see if anyone else like Noah Carpenter coming from behind. Carpenter will make his way on in. Hallinar, I expect him to stay out, which he will. Checking on Matt Bear. He stays out as well, just like Hallinar. Remember, they had that nice battle as Bronson continues to lead, and we're going to watch pit stops here very closely. The key here in pit stops, you may want to do 4 tires, you may want to do 2 tires, depending on if you locked the brakes up or not, and you should fill it up with a full fuel load.
And Bronson had a little problem getting into the second horseshoe there. Gets back off of it, but that extra lap, if he can continue to do that, next time he'll be 2 laps ahead and continue to add a lap until he has 1 less pit stop. Anybody that can make 1 less pit stop tonight will come out ahead.
And real quick, I just want to interrupt you here, Petey. Babinger jumped Edwards on that pit road cycle. We're watching the exit very closely here in the horseshoe, dog. And Babinger would have provisionally the 3rd place position over Edwards.
Wow, so big change there, but here we go. Floppa's coming down towards the bus stop this time. We will see if he is going to bring that car into the pits, and I'm definitely, he should be coming down this time. I doubt he has enough fuel to make it around another lap. Matter of fact, I really wouldn't be too surprised you saw Floppa start to run out as he gets towards the pit road, but like Doug said, what a strategy call here. He's trying to extend the pit window a little bit, and I expect that, I don't know how relevant that will be yet, just because I think at the halfway point you'll see everyone come down under the yellow flag, and everyone should be on equal strategy again, but maybe we're getting a glimpse of who's the best fuel mileage for the future of this race as Floppa pulls down this time by.
Well, something that just came to my mind as well, Doug, and I'll ask you about this. Pit stops could happen too on lap number 49 when the competition yellow comes out on lap number 50. You think this strategy by Bronson and maybe even a guy like John Schwartz, is this helping them out right now because they're pitting either 1 to 2 laps, extending that window compared to what the leaders are doing?
Definitely. These guys, they can come out, a guy like Bronson or Schwartz or even Alex Hallinar tonight, who's extending. These guys will have a distinct advantage if they pit 1 lap before that caution comes out. They are back up off pit road. They restart up at the front. Those guys that stop on pit road, if they have a bad pit, or on the caution, if they have a bad pit stop, that could cause them to be way back in the field. They might have to fight their way through traffic. And we saw how much chaos there was in the first few laps. You could fully expect to see a lot of that again after the midway caution.
The strategy did not end up well for Jonathan Bronson as Alex Krapser extends the big lead over Bronson. Remember when you pit a lap earlier, it is horsepower, but Bronson is thinking long term. Falls back to 5th. Jonathan Schwartz in 6th position. Remember, he's not pitted, and this is interesting too, PD, as they're coming to you. The top 3 go another lap. Hallinar, Bear, Rondeletto.
You stole the words right out of my mouth, Marty. Those guys found another lap worth of gas. They're averaging gain another lap of gas every single cycle here, so those 3 cars, I would say, probably have the best fuel mileage outside of maybe John Schwartz, who's on a different cycle. We're not quite sure what he has. Let me talk about JB Smooth a little bit, though, John Schwartz. He's a road course expert, he's won a lot of big endurance races on the iRacing simulator. Schwartz, he did not get a chance to show what he had at Texas, got involved in an incident on lap number 1, his motor blew up on lap number 2. He told me he's looking forward to this race. This is one he had circled on his calendar as one he might be able to win. I'll be curious at the halfway caution when Schwartz is stacked up against the rest of the field to see what he has in terms of speed. Because I'll tell you what, the lap times for the 01 are comparable just to anyone else who's running up front.
As they work their way in turns 3 and 4, we'll see what Hallinar does this time. He has about over a 3-second lead, and without question, he does come into pit road. 55 miles an hour, the speed limit here at Daytona. Bear looks like later on the brakes compared to Hallinar. Rondeletto also coming in. Alex Krapser, a 6-second lead over Jonathan Bronson. And we're watching closely the battle for what is right now the 6th position. Could soon be the battle for 3rd. Babinger and Edwards, part 2. Now, when you think about the points situation, Babinger currently in 7th and Luke Turpin in 22nd position. Babinger has a big points lead now on Luke Turpin provisionally at the moment. So I don't know if Babinger wants to race it cleaner now, doesn't want to take any big risk like a guy with Austin Edwards behind him. While it's still points he would lose because of less positions. Who knows what could happen, Doug?
Yeah, and I would, in his shoes, knowing I'm racing for points, I'd let Austin Edwards get in front of me. I'd just follow him around the track, see if I can extend my fuel mileage a little bit, and just see what we can do with it. But he is going to continue to fight. He is going to have some lap traffic now becoming a big issue for everybody on track. Alex Krapser is having to work his way through a lot of lap traffic on the infield, and when we get up on the banking, they'll have that draft, and Crapser will definitely be able to pick up some spots. But these guys he's about to lap, they're trying to stay on the lead lap, stay in a position that they can come out ahead on this deal. Just not sure how that's going to play out for some of them if they continue to fight with the leader.
So here we go back on to NASCAR 1 and 2. Like Marty said earlier, it is Crapster with a very big lead over Flopper right now. Now up to third position Schwartz. Remember, he is on a completely different fuel strategy. He is quickly starting to be caught, though, by the tandem of Babinger and Edwards, as I do expect to see Schwartz pit this time by. And for Edwards, I think third is probably all he's going to get on this first cycle here. He's about 11 seconds behind Crapser. I think for Edwards now, it's just a race to that halfway caution. Try to get yourself positioned nicely in third place as they come through the bus stop here. And see what he can get, although Babinger has a bad bus stop, Marty.
Yeah, went wide there in that second corner, opening the door for Austin Edwards. Now let's see what Edwards does very closely. He gets a nice pull up onto the 48. Let's see if he makes a possible slingshot on the exit. Can't do it on the outside because when you go up a banking or a hill, you'll lose a little bit of speed. Schwartz tucked up behind that rear spoiler of Babinger. Does he make the move possibly into turn number 1? Thinks about looking below the yellow line. Babinger still with that third position. Edwards tries to set the move up into turn number 1. Let's see what Edwards does. Does not outbreak Jordan Babinger. Keeps it conservative. The race is on for P3 as Schwartz is in.
Yeah, and I really don't think Austin Edwards is pushing as hard as he can here. Just by the look of the way he is driving, I think he is actually intentionally staying behind him just for the moment anyway. He knows that he can get around Babinger at any time, so why push it? He looks to the inside every now and then just to let him know he's there, but there's been a couple of opportunities he has had. He has not taken those opportunities. He's just kind of hanging out there. He might be looking to the inside. No, he's not, but he is not pushing as hard as he could.
Most certainly not, and I think you might be trying to save a little fuel here. Austin Edwards, the first place ace, he is no idiot. He is a smart, intelligent race car driver, and at this point in time, I think he's saying, you know what, let's go 3/4 throttle, let the draft of Babinger pull me. I'm going to save some gas, and maybe later on in the race, the gas I'm saving right now will come back to help me, because we're being honest, he's probably not catching up to the leaders before the halfway point in this thing. The best he could do is third here, so we'll see what he can do. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on the situation, though, as this time by Marty, the leaders are going to take the quarter way of this race mark, as we'll be 25% done, 25 laps done.
My goodness, it feels like a marathon already in the bus stop. Babinger, a better bus stop than last time by. Last time, too, when we were in the bus stop, I think we may have missed this. Derek Colson spun, but he kept his car back going. Nobody around, behind, or in front of him as we continue to watch the battle for the final podium spot. Edwards, let's see if he does it once again and tries to make it a successful pass on Babinger. Tried to tuck his nose underneath. There's a bump draft off of turn 4. This is going to be a lot of fun as they make their way into turn number 1. Babinger still leading just by about a hood on the 66 of Edwards. Edwards, your Texas road course winner, as they dive down into the infield. Edwards tries it the hard way around. Can't get it spun up on the bottom. Babinger keeps third. Edwards loses some time.
Yeah, there is no way. If Edwards wanted to pass him there, he could have. He is just playing it safe. He is playing a strategy game, as it looks like Noah Carpenter involved in an incident now. We've had several cars have off tracks and incidents, and that just happens a lot when you're on this big track, especially with guys that aren't used to running road courses. Austin Edwards is a guy that runs road courses often. Some of these guys are, but a lot of them aren't used to doing this. This is the most commonly run road course, so some of these guys have had a little experience on it, but you can really tell the guys who are the road course ace, like Alex Crapser, as he continues to extend his lead now, he has got added another second to his lead.
Petey, real quick, a close call for Noah Carpenter in turn number 1. Just came in way too hot. Almost spun the car around 360, but just got really loose and makes a nice save to try and keep it straight. Petey, they're in the super stretch for third.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go back a little bit. We've been focusing on third for so long. There's a really good battle forming between 7th and 10th right now. That involves Octavio Rondoletto, Wesley Johnson, Blake Wynn, and Matt Baer. All 4 cars with a lot of speed. They're pretty much under a blanket right now. Rondoletto leads them, but Wesley Johnson, after an early race spin, he's recovered nicely to get up to 8th. Blake Wynn, in his first week back on a new computer after having PC issues, he's having a strong run right now in 9th position. And Matt Baer, the Mad Bear, kind of just hanging out in 10th position right now. So, a nice pack of cars here, 7th through 10th battling, Marty.
Yep, between Rondoletto and Johnson, just about a second. Blake Wynn is all over that spoiler of Wesley Johnson. We'll watch that battle for 8th closely. As the battle for 3rd, Babinger, still has it over Edwards. As let's go back and watch that battle for 8th position. Johnson, a better bus stop compared to Blake Wynn. Now trying to find a way to get down to Rondoletto. And I don't see a way that's going to work. Still Rondoletto over Wesley Johnson, Blake Wynn, Matt Baer. They're the final 4 drivers in the top 10.
Yeah, looking at the times of those 4, their fastest laps, Rondoletto is the fastest of them. And he's more than a second faster than Matt Baer. His fastest lap, and consistently faster than all these drivers. Rondoletto definitely knows how to get around a road course. He was in contention for most of Texas Road, and definitely a driver to watch. His team is really, really good on road courses. And then you have to talk about the Rondoletto strategy moves. He is just a strategy genius and has pulled off some miracles. Just if he'd had a little bit of luck, he would have won about a half dozen races so far this season. He has just not had any luck coming to the end of races. Hopefully tonight he can pull it off as he gets a little drift coming through the second horseshoe there.
Yeah, tough corner there for him as that thing got all sorts of sideways. This pack seems to be pulling away from Matthew Baer a little bit. That Matthew Baer car seems to be getting slower as the race goes on. Not sure if he's saving fuel, not sure what the deal is for Matthew Baer, but not running as fast right now as I expected him to in this race after winning a heat race and starting up in 2nd position. Matthew Baer losing ground to these guys right now. So as we look further up through the field though, battle on for 3rd is still a tight battle. Edwards is still right up the tailpipes of that 48 car of Babinger. Good battle going on there, but we have to be getting close. I'd say probably a lap or 2 away from our next set of green flag pit stops.
And that is what is planned to happen. Real quick on Matt Baer, he's on the same strategy of Alex Hallinar, pitting a lap or 2 later than the top 2, as Babinger and Edwards still battling for 3rd position. This is a great race going on for 3rd. Edwards playing conservative, waiting for Babinger to try and make a mistake, Doug.
Yeah, and you know what? Babinger has not made very many mistakes here tonight. I'm kind of curious. I have to wonder if Babinger has a little bit more speed than what he's even showing right now, because we've seen the last couple of laps, he's been running about the same speeds as Austin Edwards, but his fastest lap is quite a bit faster, and you know, he's got a fastest lap almost on par with Austin Edwards so far. I have to think he might be holding back a little bit, especially getting close to a pit stop and coming up on a bunch of lap traffic. I don't think he's pushing as hard as he can either. I think both of these guys are just playing with each other right now, and we won't see this battle really become a big deal until just past halfway.
You want to know who's been the fastest car on the racetrack the last few times by the flag stand? None other than currently running in 16th place Luke Turpin. He is putting down consistent 201s right now. The only other car doing consistent 201s that I've seen is Alex Krapser. And Luke Turpin, very, very fast right now. When this competition caution comes out at halfway, don't forget about Superman. Superman still has his cape. And that were his kryptonite. That was a race he had in his back pocket, made a mistake entering the pits and severely damaged his car. We'll see if Superman can avoid his kryptonite today, as it looks like this time by our leader Alex Krapser is going to make his 4th pit stop of the race.
And he does come in. A close call, by the way, in the bus stop between Jordan Babinger and his teammate of Tyler McRae. They were lapping the 99, who was off the pace, and McRae nearly cut off Jordan Babinger. Pit stops are underway. The leader is in. Remember, Bronson goes a lap later than Alex Krapser. Babinger also in. Austin Edwards going to try and play a different strategy and go a lap ahead of Jordan Babinger. Interesting strategy there. Let's see who else comes in. Noah Carpenter Alex Hallinar. Let's see if he comes in this time. Usually he'll go a lap later, and that is the plan. We should expect the same too from Octavio Rondoletto. No, Octavio almost thought about coming in. Hugs that yellow line, but the two drivers behind him also pit.
Yeah, and you got to remember, Bronson went 1 lap further last time. He can go 2 laps further this time than everybody who just pitted, and I'm betting he will. And I'm betting your thought about lap 49 and him hanging out there trying to make something happen, coming in right before the caution flag at halfway as Gerald Poole just moves aside and lets him by. I'm betting you're right. I bet that is his strategy. Make it to lap 49 and then be able to pit, and he'll come out on top when the green flag drops the second time.
So here we go up front. It's Bronson, the leader. He should be coming down next time by. Looking back through the field, seeing if we got any good battles for me. And really, nothing doing right now as we're all getting kind of closer to our next cycle of green flag pit stops. Looking at Octavio Rondoletto, he works around the lap car right now of Joe Campbell. Alex Krapser has exited the pits, and he exits the pits and cycles through to about 7th position. So we're to the point in the race now where you're making your pit stops as the leader. You're still coming out with decent track position, down to about 19 cars on the lead lap. Now, I told these guys in the pre-race drivers meeting that the biggest key to this race in the first half is just keeping that car on the lead lap, and that really will make a difference for a lot of these guys as we get towards the second half of this race here, Marty.
Absolutely, and this kind of got me thinking too as Bronson makes his way down pit road. Think of this a little bit, Doug. I'll let you get into. I want to get your opinion on this. We saw this in the past 2 NASCAR races at Watkins Glen International and the Indianapolis Road Course. Before we see a stage ending, which is also a competition caution, you could see either drivers try to short pit and assume the lead before the 2 lap to go pit road is closed thing, or they stay out, assume the lead, get some bonus points, and then when they pit, they'll also have fresher tires. What should drivers do here?
Well, given that there's not a pit road closing situation for these guys as Hallinar takes the lead again, you really have to stop at lap 49. You stop at lap 49, you've got the pit stop already done before the caution comes out. You're back out on the track. You've got enough time to get 4 tires and a full tank of fuel, and that puts you on the same footing as everybody else, except for one little thing. You'll have been pacing. You'll burn off a little bit of fuel, but you'll also have your tires a little bit warmer, and we know this is going to get a lot more aggressive in the second half of the race. So these guys are just anybody that stops at lap 49, they're going to be perfectly positioned for that restart, and that's were it me in the car, that's what I would be doing.
Excuse me, but Floppa was caught speeding on entry. I watched it live. He was going about 75 when he hit the first commitment cone. He is still sitting in the pits right now. Now he finally leaves. Floppa's going to lose a ton of time as Bronson got caught speeding on pit entrance. He tried to gain an extra 10th there, but he ended up losing numerous seconds.
A 1-minute 13-second pit stop, and that is huge for Jonathan Bronson. His strategy now just backfired. The guy that was expected to be the favorite to win has made his first mistake of the night. And PD, I'll go back to you. You informed drivers of this in the drivers meeting. The one that's going to win is the one that keeps the car straight and also, more importantly, does not have any penalties.
Yeah, and a lot of people were picking Bronson as the pre-race favorite because of the raw speed he had all weekend, and I actually was on record as saying, I like Bronson, he's a quick kid, but this is a race where wits are going to be a big thing, and he doesn't have the experience with XCAL that a lot of these drivers have. He's a younger kid, only 14 years old. He doesn't quite have the patience that the older drivers have. I thought some mistakes could cost him tonight, and Doug, we just saw Bronson make his first big one.
Yeah, and that is a big one. And you got a guy like Alex Hallinar stretching it. He is the older, patient, more wiser, more awesome, because we all know the older guys are obviously the best. These guys that are older playing out this strategy, being patient, we're seeing a lot of that. The 2 different strategies, it'll be interesting to see. We saw at USA, the young guns came to play and they got the win, but a road course is something totally different. And you talk about he hasn't been in XCAL as long as some of these guys, plus he hasn't been doing road courses as much as some of these guys, and that comes into play as well. I don't think he's out of contention yet. He can still make up a ton of ground even before that caution, but he has to keep his strategy exactly the same and make it work for him now to make up for the mistake he made, and he can't make another.
2 drivers have yet to pit amongst the front of the field. Actually, 3 drivers, correction. That being Alex Hallinar, Matt Baer, and Austin Edwards. Octavio Rondeletto just exiting the pit road. I believe as well Josh Doobie has yet to pit too. So some of the drivers here, PD, are working on the long run strategy and trying to pit and make sure they've got enough fuel so where they don't have to pit again between lap 48 and lap 50 and come again after pit stops.
Costly penalty there for Bronson. He was only 6 seconds behind the leader before that penalty, and he is now going to be about 40 seconds, or excuse me, maybe about 50 seconds behind Alex Krapser when this all cycles through. I mean, that penalty cost him about 40 seconds. He's lucky he did that in the first half of the race. He does that in the second half of the race, and that absolutely would have cost him any shot at winning there. Since he gets the halfway caution, he's going to get caught back up. His chances of winning this thing are still very much alive, but now he has to learn from that mistake. He has to be smarter entering the pits there. He has to know that he cannot afford to get greedy. He got greedy there and it cost him. We can't see it again out of Bronson. Getting greedy doesn't get you much, as we saw with Chase Johnson last week at USA.
So Hallinar pits, Matt Baer pits, Alex Krapser assumes the lead on lap number 32 at Daytona. We're going to take another break. When we come back, we'll take you until the competition yellow. Back here at the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway. 32 laps are up on the board, and it's Alex Krapser with the race lead. For those wondering where is his partner in crime in Jonathan Bronson, well, remember, Bronson was held a couple of extra seconds for speeding on his pit road entry, and that cost him nearly half a lap, 46 seconds back on Alex Krapser. Why don't we take this opportunity and give you a full field rundown. Alex Krapser, the race leader. Jordan Babinger, second. Austin Edwards, third. Noah Carpenter, fourth. Octavio Rondeletto, fifth. Jonathan Bronson is sixth, who actually just recently hit a quick lap of 2 minutes, .82, and that is actually the only time in the 2-minute bracket today. Alex Hallinar 7th, Blake Wynn 8th, Wesley Johnson 9th, Matt Bear is 10th. Jonathan Schwartz is 11th, Ryan Seams 12th, Sean Andrews 13th, Kendrick Cryer 14th, Luke Turpin, surprisingly not in the top 10 throughout the entire day, he is in 15th. Josh Doobie is 16th, Robert Colgan 17th. Those are the only cars on the lead lap. Jose Gaudino currently in 18th position. Greg Holz is 19th. Ezekiel Montero is 20th. Patrick Sullivan 21st. Kenny Tripp 22nd. Thanos Poole 23rd. Sean Patrick 24th. Jeff Edgar 25th. Alex Gingler 26th. Art Hendren 27th. Tyler McRae is 28th. Jeremy Leto 29th. And speaking of Leto, he goes around in turn 1. Leto has spun it. He overcooked it. Wheel hopped into turn 1. Backs things up and keeps it straight. No issues. We remain under the green flag. Continuing on with the full field rundown. Derek Colson 30th, Joe Campbell 31st, Kyle Bartos 32nd, Mason Foster out of the race in 33rd, and behind him, same with John Brancaccio and Don York. Biggest mover of the race today is Austin Edwards, up 28 spots from the 31st starting position. Currently working on lap number 34. Remember, the competition caution comes out in just about 17 laps. Let's talk about the battle for the championship, PD, while we are at it. Jordan Babinger, second position. Luke Turpin in 15th. Babinger currently would have the points lead.
Yeah, he would, and it's going to be such a great battle. Even Octavio Rondoletto is still right in the thick of that championship battle. I'm curious to see how it unfolds as the rest of the season continues to take place. But 16 cars lap right now, first 3 getting a wave round to the caution. Expect the battle for the first 3 cars a lap down to get tight. Right now it's Colgan, Gaudino, Holes. Montero's right there though, and we know Monterero has the pace to be up there in the top 5. We'll have to see if he makes some aggressive moves to try to get around the likes of Greg Holes and company here as this continues to go on. Monterero definitely cheering for no one else to get lapped. Right now though, if you're watching the stream, why don't you drop a comment? Let us know who you think is going to win this race. I told everyone earlier that I'm picking Alex Hallinar. I'm curious to hear who you, my friend, think is going to win this event. Let us know down in the comments. And my last little tidbit here is, right now Octavio Rondoletto, Jonathan Bronson battling for 5th position. Bronson actually has took it away from Rondoletto. This is a good chance to see what Rondoletto has. Gauge his speed against Bronson, because we know Bronson's quick. Let's see if Rondoletto can hang with him.
Doug, while we're at it, you got any tidbits you want to share?
Well, it's turning out to be a bit of an interesting race. The extra pit stops definitely making things interesting. Not seeing as many guys push the fuel mileage to the limit. We've only seen a couple of guys run out. That was on that first pit stop and relaying to their teams, hey, this ain't a good idea. Definitely not surprised to see Rondoletto up there. A bit surprised to see Hallinar up there in the top 10 and having led a bunch, and his strategy might be one that might be the one that wins the race tonight with that extra time on the track, as we've mentioned. Bronson, though, that one really caught me by surprise. His mistake on pit road definitely cost him. He's obviously making it up, though. He has the fastest lap of the race so far.
Now, Petey, I'll ask you this. So we've seen 2-minute lap times, but could we possibly see 1 minute 59 seconds?
Well, I'm going to quote Doug Burns here. We talked about this a little bit during the commercial break, and Doug said it's going to take a guy like Bronson catching a lap car at the right time in the draft, and I personally, I think we'll see it? No, I don't think anyone's going to hit a 159 today. Is it possible? It's on the edge of the realm of possibility. If someone catches that draft at the perfect time and they're having a hot lap and they hit their braking points perfectly, yes, it could happen, but no, I don't think it will happen, Marty.
So currently, right now, working on lap number 35, Alex Krapser has a huge lead, 23 seconds. He can enjoy that purely right now. Petey, let's continue to watch that battle for 5th, Rondoletto and Bronson. Bronson has the edge as he laps another race car, that being Thanos Poole, I believe.
Yeah, and that is a nice move there. So actually, we've had one of the cars that was one of the first 3 cars a lap down. They are no longer in this battle. The cars are now Jose Gaudino, Greg Holes, and Ezekiel Monterrero. And then the next car is Pat Sullivan, who's pretty far behind Monterrero. So right now, if you're a Monterrero, you are cheering, as Crapser comes into the pits once again, Monterrero is cheering really hard for Joshua Doobie to hold off the leader, because Luke Turpin's fast enough. I think that Kendrick Cryer is good. I think everyone else is in good shape not to get lapped before the halfway caution. The biggest question right now is, will the leaders catch Doobie and put him a lap down? And if you're Monterrero, you are cheering so hard for Josh Doobie right now.
Absolutely. We'll see what happens. Top two drivers are in pit
Austin
road.
Edwards loses it in one. He managed to save it, but he went into one way too hot. Sorry to interrupt, but he just got in the lead and went off into one, missed his braking point, and literally slid through half of turn one. And I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that tonight, but he is definitely pushing that car. Now that he is out there by himself, he's got a chance to make up a little bit of ground here. He is definitely sending that car through there.
Something else we missed too, Art Hendren in turn one as well. Wheel hopped going on in and went around a lot similar to Jeremy Lutto, but didn't spin around on the track. He spun off track, keeps the car going. The day has gone from bad to worse in the 27th position. Edwards, though, maintains a lead about 18 seconds over Jonathan Bronson. Now it's going to be very interesting to see how Bronson's strategy works. It could still work potentially, but remember, though, as I go to you, Petey, he lost a ton of time on pit road.
Yeah, I hope we see him a little bit more conservative entering the pits this next time. It's just such a silly mistake. He did not need to enter the pits as hot as he did. He was just trying to bite off too much, and it burned him, absolutely. And you rarely see the veteran drivers do that. It's usually these younger kids that think they need to get that extra couple tenths right there. It's just too great of a risk. You'll never see a guy like Alex Crapser trying to get that. You'll never see a lot of these guys trying to do that. Hopefully Bronson learned a valuable lesson here, and he can just keep the wheels under him, get a good entry into the pits, as he's going to go through the bus stop. Expect to see him come down either this time by, if not this time, next time by.
Hey,
Doug, we had a crash too. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say that, but in addition to that, I just did the math as we watched Tyler McRae's incident. I just did the math on it, and Crapser, where he pitted, in 7 laps, he can pit again, and it looks like Tyler just lost it trying to get back up onto the NASCAR banking. Crapser will need to stop at lap number 42, and that will put him perfectly timed to stop on lap 49. So we're seeing a couple of drivers that have a plan here that they're going to make this thing work. They're going to run it to where they can stop on lap 49, and it looks like they might be listening into our plotting here.
Something as well you have to keep in mind, and this was just sent to us by the president of XCAL Racing, Aaron Hillebush. In Section 12, events held at Daytona will feature a single competition caution that will be displayed when the leader completes the first half of the event. It's not when the lead lap gets through lap 50 like it does in NASCAR. When the driver completes lap 50, that driver being the leader, is when the yellow comes out. And right when that yellow comes out, pit road is closed. So you got to think, if you come in early before that guy hits lap 50, or if you risk staying out because it's a long way around the track, you may have to save some fuel if you don't pit in that last window before the comp yellow, Doug.
And the question then becomes, as Ron DeLetto's continues to lead and Alex Craps are closing in on him, the question then becomes, does the caution throw at the start of 50 or at the start of 51? Because if these guys are planning correctly, then they'll be able to make it all the way. They could stop at the start of lap 50, and then they're in even better position.
So currently in the bus stop, battle for the lead is on. Octavio Rondeletto, who's yet to pit. Alex Crapser on fresher tires and fuel. They're duking it out. The gap about 4 car lengths between your top two. We expect Rondeletto in this lap as he last pitted on lap 30. Alex Hallinar, Matt Bear, and John Schwartz are on the same strategy. Same with Josh Doobie. They last pitted on lap number 31. There goes Rondeletto. He enters pit road. Crapser assumes the lead once again, and Hallinar should stay out. Yes, he does. The same should be for Matt Bear, who is ways back in the 4th position, soon to be 3rd. He does go another lap.
And you know,
Octavio missed the pit stall. He had to back up about a stall. Sorry to interrupt you there, Doug, but a little bit of an issue there for Octavio, Doug.
yeah, and that won't hurt as bad as Bronson's mistake, but it's still going to cost him some time as he was gaining on him. And it is worth noting, as comment was just made, Austin Edwards has been up competing in the top spots all night, and he has 8 wins this season so far. Will he be able to get the road course win here tonight and make it race win number 9? If I'm not mistaken, he is currently tied with the most wins in XCAL history in a single season. A win here tonight would put Austin Edwards over the top. He would be the record holder.
Actually, Doug, we did some during the off week. We did some XCAL record bookkeeping. We went back and confirmed all the stats for each race because we wanted to make sure. And Doug, there was an error in the count. The actual record for wins in a season wasn't 8. It was 9 by Spencer Preet in 2014. Spencer Preet won 9 races in 2014. He has 10 XCAL victories overall. So apologize for anyone who we misled, but the record keeping that we had was incorrect. It was inaccurate. We confirmed. Preet won 9 races in 2014 and 10 in total. So a win tonight for Edwards would actually tie him, even though he already thought he's already tied it. And he still needs 2 more wins to tie for most wins overall in XCAL racing.
Got a good battle for 5th position here, PD, in NASCAR 2.
Yeah, we do have a really good battle there for position as John Schwartz and Austin Edwards are going now. It looks like Schwartz is just going to succumb there to Edwards. So Edwards will take over that spot as we go back to you, Doug.
Yeah, that is definitely, I'm sure that's something on Austin's mind, especially the way he's been running lately. He's been hard to beat, and he continues to march his way forward now back up to 5th after that cycle of pit stops. Everybody, we do have the competition caution coming, and everybody should have to stop one more time before then, but we might see some guys, as we mentioned, trying to play that strategy game out and get their pit before the caution. Do a little short pit trick here in a few minutes as Schwartz now comes to pit road, and that'll move Bronson back up into 6th, Rondoletto to 7th, and Blake Wynn back up to 8th. And Bronson is now 48 seconds behind the leader. He's actually lost a little bit of time on the leader the last few laps.
So now when Schwartz makes his final stop in the first half of the race, that should come just around lap 45, lap 46, and he should be good to go. We just had a crash in the infield, Doug. It's all you.
Looks like Jeremy Leto's rough night continues. He's been involved in a few of them, and it looks like he might have blinked out there.
I'm just watching that replay too, Doug. It was just so weird. It was like a netcode spin or something.
Yeah, it looks like I've noticed a couple of drivers on this bigger track, you do run into more issues, as Mason Foster has had a problem.
And the leader comes through there. Go ahead, Marty.
Let's take a look at where Foster is, and that's a big wreck there with Alex Gengler in the bus stop. Petey, what happened there?
Yeah, it looks like they were just going into the bus stop, and it looks like Foster drove it in a little bit too deep, and I think he wasn't expecting Gangler to come across his nose. They kind of just met in the middle. It was a weird accident, as I'm sure Doug is showing the replay.
Yeah, it was really weird. It looked like they both went in on not a normal angle. It looked like Mason was on a more normal angle to the corner entry, and just wasn't expecting him to be where he was and check up as much as he did, and they kind of met there, as you said, met in the middle. One of those weird racing incidents that does happen from time to time, but definitely not the kind of thing Gangler wanted tonight. He has just had a tough night.
Been a worse night too for Mason Foster as well, Doug, because remember, he was involved in that accident with Blake Wynn coming on into pit road. I was able to get some messages on the radio, get a transcript from that, and Foster told Blake Wynn, "You're an idiot, just ran me over on the first pit stop, and my engine blew." PD, I think we know who a bunch of fingers are going to on Friday.
Hey, yeah, it would appear that Mason Foster is not very happy with Blake Wynn. Now, I'll tell you what, since I am a admin of the race, I actually have the ability to see who has scored the most incident points so far in this event, and it's Mason Foster. Mason Foster has 23, more incident points than anyone else has scored in this event. Only 2 drivers going incident-free right now, and it's 2 of the 3 Alexes, Krapser and Hallinar, also who are running first and second on the trap, and save for Gangler, who does not have 0 incidents.
You know, it's
Matt
worth
Bear,
noting.
yeah, go ahead.
It's worth noting about Mason Foster at the All-Star race and the following week at Michigan. He did not make any friends in trying to get the win there. He was hit quite a few people, and there was a lot of anger after that race. And he really has not done himself any favors since then in these races. But he's definitely frustrated a couple of drivers here tonight, Marty.
Watch this closely, too, because Foster and Gangler are side by side in NASCAR 3. Gangler just lets Foster go, I believe. And he does. I thought for a moment we were going to see a little bit of payback, but that is not the case. So 10 laps to go until we get the competition yellow. And Alex Krapser is, again, the race leader, about a 30-second lead over Jordan Babinger, trying to find the best battle on track. It's for second. Babinger and Edwards going at it once again. This time they're coming off of turn number 4 to the start-finish line, and Edwards has a run. Takes a look to the outside on Babinger for P2. The K2, number 66 at the stripe. Babinger by just about a front bumper as they make their way into turn number 1. They break each other out at the same time, but Babinger uses a little bit more gas. He goes wide. You saw him dirt track into the turn 1, Doug. Here we go.
And this is going to get very exciting. Austin Edwards made the right move. He got on the brakes just a little bit harder to set up for turn 1. But, you know, Babinger's setting up for turn 2 to get the run off. And it looks like Babinger's got the momentum, but they're going to be side by side in the kink. And then that will give the advantage to Edwards, and then they'll go back to the right. And if Edwards isn't ahead, Babinger will have the advantage. They go off into the next horseshoe. Austin Edwards has a little bit of a gap. He gets on the brakes really hard. Smoke from the rear tires. Gets it straightened out, and he takes second, and Babinger's not done with him yet. And I kind of figured Austin Edwards would wait till after the caution flag to try that move, but he saw the opportunity and just went for it, Petey.
Well, one big thing here is he wants to set himself up for positioning here. He wants to be restarting a higher position than he would be if he was behind Babinger. Restarting in second will be huge for him. I mean, obviously they're going to have to pit under caution. Who knows who's going to restart where? But right now, I think Edwards, this is all strategic. First 3 cars a lap down right now. Ezekiel Monterrero, Robert Colgan, Jose Godino, those would be, Gerald Poole, Ezekiel Monterrero, and Robert Colgan, those would be the 3 cars to get a wave around right now if the caution were to come out right now. Now, the caution will not come out until whoever the leader is takes lap 51. The second whoever the leader is crosses the start-finish line to take lap number 51, that is when the caution will fly. So these guys, they are getting closer and closer to that halfway point, and we know everyone at least has to make one more pit stop between now and then, and for some of these guys, it's going to be awfully close.
If it were me, I'd be hitting. If I still had to make that, and I know I've got to time it right, if I have to make 2 stops, I'm making it right now. That puts me perfectly in position so I can stop at the start of lap 50 and come out with the track position once it's all said and done, Marty.
They're in the International Horseshoe, Doug. We'll keep it back with you. They're still battling for second.
And yes, they are, as Austin Edwards gets a little bit of a run. Jordan Babinger, though, like we talked about earlier, Austin Edwards definitely faster in the first part of the infield, but after they pass the kink, Babinger has been consistently faster in the second half and getting back up onto the NASCAR track. Plus, being the car behind, you have the advantage up on the high-speed part of the track. And, Babinger gets loose off of the horseshoe and loses a little bit of ground. He at least has the advantage at the high-speed part of the track. Being behind, he can draft back up to Austin.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. Luke Turpin has been the fastest car on the track for a lot of laps. He is putting down 201s every single lap. I'm not seeing anyone else do that. Crapser has at points. There's been Bronson. He's done it at points. Luke Turpin has consistently been the fastest car on the track for a while. And when this competition caution comes out, we haven't talked about it much in the first half of this race. I am telling you, folks, Luke Turpin's a road course ace, a strategy expert, and probably, if you want to talk about drivers in XCAL, Luke Turpin is the full package. He knows how to do the strategy. He has the raw speed. He knows when to make the move. He knows how to race tight and close battles. I think if you're talking about the full package deal, Luke Turpin's probably the best driver in XCAL racing. Don't count him out in this thing. I'm telling you, his speeds have been just as good as anyone, if not better than the rest of the field up to this point, and he continues to chug away at spots here, Marty.
Petey, we got to go to Doug. We had a wreck in the International Horseshoe. What happened?
Looks like Matt Bear and Pat Sullivan, and they had been racing very, very close. Let's see, as they go in, Matt Bear has to check up for the 5 car, and it looks like Patrick Sullivan just had nowhere to go. He was trying to avoid him. Matt Bear suffers the most, but they managed to get squared away and get going. Matt Bear loses 3 or 4 positions on that deal.
Tell you what, Matt Bear, who was inside the top 10, maybe even top 5 possibly, a big contender. I just heard on the radio through, I believe it was Luke Turpin, saying that Matt Bear is not happy to Patrick Sullivan. Sullivan said, I wouldn't be happy either. And they are 2 car lengths apart from each other. Let's watch this closely as they come to the start-finish line. Remember, Matt Bear is on a different strategy compared to guys like Alex Crapser. Going to lap further. Oh, man, they nearly came to blows there. Bear is racing Sullivan hard, but I think, you know what? Sullivan is going to race him with class. I'd let him go by. My bad. Take it back.
Yeah, he definitely just let him go there. He definitely got on the and some comments in the chat about Patrick Sullivan as Matt Bear takes that position back. He is coming up on the back bumper of Gerald Poole now, and he's got the car straightened out. He is starting to regain a little bit of ground here.
So we have a...
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Marty. So Matt Bear did lose 2 positions in that exchange. Wesley Johnson's up to 8th, and another car did get around Matt Bear, but I believe Matt Bear got that position back. It was John Schwartz. As now John Schwartz has to deal with the lap cars of Poole and Sullivan here. First 3 a lap down right now. We have Ezekiel Monterrero, Jose Gadino, and Greg Holes. That is important. Those are 3 key positions as Pat Sullivan makes a little contact with Thanos, Gerald's Poole. And this race is far from over. Lots of interesting stuff happening all over the place. Things are getting heated as we're getting closer to that halfway competition caution, Marty.
Back to Doug. Issues with Tyler McRae in the International Horseshoe.
Let's see what happened to Tyler, and he is another one. He was coming up off of pit road, and we mentioned it in the pre-race. This is very tricky. He just could not. He got into that International Horseshoe too hot and got turned around on his own. But coming up off of pit road, he was trying to get what he could out of it and just ran out of luck there.
Not been a good day at all for T. Cray. Currently in the 31st position. So now we know a couple of guys have already come in. Jordan Babinger is already come in. Alex Crapser already came in, and there's a battle for the race lead starting to heat up, Doug.
Yeah, Crapser and Bronson right there together. These 2 have been close earlier in the race. They are back together. We're starting to see the cream rise to the crop here as these guys continued through the infield section. And Bronson has been playing the strategy game here. After that penalty earlier, he is right back up to the front, but he has to watch it because any mistake here, he's going to lose everything he's made up. And he still will have to make one more stop.
Petey, there with you.
Oh yeah, so one more stop to go for him. As here we go, Crapser goes to the outside now of Bronson. Crapser making the power move on the outside. Bronson knowing he's probably pitting this time by Crapser on the fresher tires. Gonna let him have it, a mature move for the young driver, Jonathan Bronson. I think it's awfully impressive at this point that when Alex Crapser comes into the pits, he's beating everyone off of the pit road who haven't pitted yet. That's how big of a lead that Crapser has built up. Undeniably, the first half of this race has belonged to Alex Crapser. My biggest concern, he pitted on lap number 43. He is going to be awfully close in that competition caution, and to be honest with you guys, I think the competition caution might fly as Crapser comes into pit road. I think the competition caution is going to fly when Crapser takes lap 51 in the pits, if my calculations are correct, as this time by I expect Bronson to come down, Marty.
Bubble, let's go to the replay with Doug. Noah Carpenter spun at the exit of the bus stop. He was by himself when he tried to gas it too much, and then he just spun it, looped it around, 180, gets the car back going. Doug, you have a better idea on your replay?
It looked like he came through extremely hot there. Got the rumble strips. When he got that last set of rumble strips, he hit him at the wrong angle and just sent him around. This is the older version, so it doesn't have that new setup on the bus stop, and that does make things a little bit trickier. Some of these guys that have run endurance races or even GTE and GT3 races recently, they're used to the newer version, and it can bite you when you're running on the older one.
Petey, I'm going to go back to you here in this situation. You just brought it up with Alex Crapser. His last stop was lap 42. It is a 7 to 8 lap pit window, and you got to remember, it's extremely tough to save fuel after 8 laps because you got to keep that thing in 4th gear, push the clutch in. It's a long time around Daytona under the yellow flag. So the strategy that Jonathan Bronson was thinking of with Alex Crapser, it worked well for him. He figured out that Crapser was going to do that. However, though, Bronson may have, if he doesn't get that pit road penalty, I think this is in Bronson's hands at the Comp Yellow.
I'm entirely unaware of how it's going to play out right now, to be honest with you. I'm sure that these drivers know to a T how it's going to play out, although some of them I think might be confused. I think some of these drivers are probably thinking the caution's going to fly right at 50 rather than 51, but per the rule book, it's flying at 51, obviously. I still think you'll see some drivers confused about that. I'm not sure how this is all going to play out here. All I know is this time by, Alex Crapser is going to take 5 laps to go until we have the competition caution, and I honestly am starting to think that this might play into the hands of Austin Edwards when this competition caution flies, but there's just so many factors to consider here, so many different things that could take place. I'm uncertain exactly how this one's going to play out, Marty.
Turn 1, Noah Carpenter goes around once again. He was right in front of Alex Crapser as we look at the replay. Simply wheel hops it just like he did a couple of moments ago. Locks the brakes up right in front of the leaders. He got things back going. No yellow, though, as we keep things green. Another tough break for Noah Carpenter, who we thought was going to have a great car today. Petey,
in the lead lap, Marty.
Petey, I want to ask you this again, too, and sorry to give Doug some quiet time. What if we were on lap 50, Crapser came off of turn 4, he comes into pit road, completes lap 50, he's the leader?
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, Marty, is that when the Crapser comes, I think that's how it's going to happen. I'm pretty sure, if I've calculated this correctly, I think Crapser's going to complete lap 50, going on to lap number 51 as he enters the pits. And I think that's how the caution's going to fly. I'm not positive, but that's what my calculations are showing me right now. We'll have to see how it plays out. It looks like Noah Carpenter is just going to get out of the way of Crapser, which surprises me, because for Carpenter, this is a fight to stay on the lead lap. This is a fight to pit with the lead lap cars when we have that caution come out. If I'm Noah Carpenter right now, I am giving Crapser absolute hell here.
Doug, Crapser may be a genius, or he may be thinking bad in this situation. I think this is a genius move by the leader.
I think it is. We were talking about, as Kenny Tripp just had an incident. Let's see what happened. I really think he was coming off of pit road, and I'm wondering what happened to Tripp here as he gets the grass and spins around on the pit road exit, spins up into one right in front of Jonathan Schwartz, and what a close call for Kenny Tripp, Jonathan Schwartz, and several others. He may end up with a penalty here, but Crapser, I think he might have done a lot more math than the rest of us. We knew about the lap 49, lap 50 thing, but he has just played this out really smart, and I think he has a setup designed for this long stretch. And you got to think, after the caution, then they're going to have X amount of laps to go. I'm wondering if he's got it calculated, playing a little chess, working backwards from the end, and he's got the numbers perfect here, Petey.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see how this plays out. He's either going to come down a lap before, which there's really no way this doesn't work out well for Crapser, to be honest with you, because regardless, he's going to come into the pits at a certain lap. He's still going to be on the lead lap, and I think regardless of how it plays out, he'll probably be starting in the top 3. I guess we'll have to see how it all breaks out here. As Crapser, though, is continuing to put laps down, he now enters on to NASCAR turns 1 and 2. And looking at how everything else is playing out, it looks like now cycling through into second is going to be Austin Edwards, and third is Jordan Babinger. And from that point on, it's kind of a crapshoot. I think Bronson just got by Bear. I think Bear had to come into the pit, so Bronson will be up to 4th. I'm not sure who's going to be the leader when the competition caution comes out, guys, but we're getting closer and closer by the lap.
Well, let's look at behind Alex Crapser, Alex Hallinar in second. He last pitted on lap 39. He's trying to extend that fuel rate one more, possibly in case Crapser has to come in before he begins lap number 50. Austin Edwards last pitted on lap 43. He could assume the lead possibly, but then would have to pit. He may have to pit the same time as Alex Crapser. Who knows? Babinger's on the same strategy with Crapser, currently in 4th position. Jonathan Bronson, Octavio Rondeletto, they pitted on lap 44. We know they are good to go until the comp yellow and even the pit stops. Wesley Johnson currently in 7th. He pitted on lap 43. Same strategy with Austin Edwards. And Josh Doobie is on the same strategy with guys like Alex Hallinar, who last pitted on lap 39. John Schwartz and Matt Bear in 9th and 10th. They just pitted moments ago, and we know they are good to go. So if the top 8 do not make it the entire way, possibly, this could be in their favor to lead the Cup yellow. And we just had trouble again in turn 1. The turn 1 has come back to bite Noah Carpenter in the rear end. He just wheel hops it once again, turns the car to the right, gasses it, and oh my, so close to hitting the tires, Doug.
Taking a look at, I know exactly what, he's coming down off the apron right there at the bottom. That's why, yeah, he almost got the outside wall. The bump is not as severe as you come off the banking. The further out and the wider you take turn number 1. He is taking turn number 1 right down there on the edge, trying to get that apex early, and he keeps catching that bump. And these street stocks, no matter how stiff you make the shocks, they are still very bouncy, very wobbly, especially over bumps like that, and that is why he keeps going around there. He'll have to look at his corner entry there. I know he's trying to make up a ton of ground, and he's doing it as fast as he can, but every time he spins, he loses so much. And he had a fast car earlier in the race. He could still salvage something if he can get to the caution and keep that car going the right way.
Tell you this, Josh Doobie has made his way into pit road. Currently, 15 drivers are on the lead lap. Last car we know that's on the lead lap is Blake Wynn in the 81. Let's talk about Luke Turpin in a good battle for 13th spot, now 12th, with Kendrick Cryer into turn 1. Turpin with the advantage. Lula lost it for a moment in the corner. Cryer could take advantage of this. We'll see what happens, Doug.
Yeah, and another thing to note, Kendrick Cryer, we've talked about it the last few races, has had some connection difficulty. You see him blinking out back there. That could come into play again. Remember, that happened to Rondeletto at the end of the race, the first race at South Boston. He was so dominant, but he disappeared because his connection got so bad. You see Cryer just keeps disappearing. This track is huge. The computer has to do so much more, and that is definitely going to have an impact here tonight. And Kendrick Cryer's just trying to hold on to it, but Luke Turpin keeps working his way forward slowly, and I think he might be able to get up there and at least get a top 5 finish easily here tonight.
Babinger is in the pits. Jordan Babinger and Austin Edwards, they are both in the pits. This will give Jonathan Bronson second spot, and Babinger and Edwards fall back. Now this is a little bit concerning if you are Alex Krapser, currently working lap number 49. He is in, I believe that is turn number 2, Petey.
Yeah, if he comes down this time, that means he will not take the competition caution in the pits. If he extends it one more lap, he's going to take the competition caution in the pits. And I actually think Babinger and Edwards pitting was a blunder there. I think they think the caution's coming out this time by. I think they're trying to outsmart the system. They misjudged it by one lap because the rule states the competition flies at the completion of the first half of the race. The completion of the first half of the race is when the leader crosses the line for lap 51. And I think that was just a little bit of an error. I mean, it shouldn't cost them too much. They're still going to be on the lead lap, but they could have had a lap more fuel that they will not have now. As let's see this time by coming through NASCAR 3 and 4. Does Krapser come down or does he stay out? And Krapser will come down, so it looks like Bronson's now going to be the one that will take the lead.
Wesley Johnson, by the way, just came in. Keep in mind, too, there's a huge gap for Alex Krapser and Jonathan Bronson. Nearly a minute lead between first and second. If Krapser nails this stop perfectly, he could still be in the race lead. Let's watch Bronson closely. Petey, he's in the bus stop.
Bronson's in the bus stop right now. I think Krapser might have the lead when the cycle's through. He had such a big lead over Bronson. It's going to be awfully close. Bronson makes it through the bus stop, a rock-solid bus stop there. Curious to see if maybe Bronson comes into the pits. Maybe he knows when the competition caution is coming out, and maybe he's going to try to outsmart the system as Krapser gets 4 tires on, left side's going on that machine. Here comes Bronson through NASCAR 3 and 4. Krapser, he gets the last bit of fuel in that thing, and Krapser, I think he is absolutely going to beat Bronson out of the pits, and Bronson's going to stay out, so the caution will fly when Bronson pits, and Krapser will maintain the lead, though, so Krapser's going to be the leader.
This is going to be close going into turn 1. Krapser with the advantage from rear chase. You can't see Bronson, so Krapser with the lead, Doug.
And Krapser had a problem getting off pit road. He hit that outside wall as he was merging onto the track. Not a big deal, but it did cost him a couple tenths of a second there, but he had such a big lead that he's still 5 seconds ahead of Jonathan Bronson as of right now. Bronson does have the momentum. He'll gain a little bit here, but Bronson actually may have just came, if I'm thinking about this right, Bronson has to be very, very, very close to Krapser if he's going to hit pit road right before the caution comes out, because the second that Krapser crosses the start-finish line, the caution comes out and the pit lane closes for a lap. If Bronson has not entered pit road by the time that happens, he'll have to go another lap, and does he have enough fuel to do it?
I don't think he does. I don't think there's any way he does, and I think he's just going to have to eat the penalty. He better hope he's close enough to Krapser. It is going to be awfully close here, as I am actually going to leave the booth now and go to the booth right next to ours because I have admin duties to do. Marty, take us to the call.
So Alex Krapser outsmarted the outsmartee in Jonathan Bronson by pitting on lap 49 and beats out Bronson, exiting the bus stop. Gap is 4 seconds. Bronson, remember, last pitted on lap 44. Same with Octavio Rondeletto. In the long term, Krapser could possibly stay out here and or maybe come in and just top off on fuel. No fresh tires, just come in, a splash and dash. Off of NASCAR 4, Alex Krapser will have the lead as we come to the competition caution at the halfway point. And caution is out now. Alex Krapser, your race leader. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back. Welcome back to the Daytona International Speedway, the virtual legacy Daytona. We are at the halfway point, and usually this is time to talk about Higgins the XCAL Superfan. But do you want more Higgins the XCAL Superfan outside of the halfway point? Introducing Higgins the XCAL Spotter Pack. Over 500 messages of Higgins that can be used in any iRacing event, and it's available now. To order your copy, send $20 to president@xcalracing.com through PayPal with note hashtag Where's Higgins. The spotter pack is rating R and everything the title implies, and use the clues hidden within the spotter pack to determine where Higgins was during his absence. First correct submission wins an XCAL Racing t-shirt. Doug, what's coming up on HTSAI?
Well, tomorrow night we are back with the Outlaws for their National HDD Cup Series and their Limited Late Model Series. Got a little bit of off time. We'll be doing some streaming of some actual in-car racing over the next few days. Sunday night we're back with the Outlaw Trucks, and Saturday night we actually have BRR truck recruitment, so if you're interested, let us know on that. Monday night Outlaw Dirt doubleheader coming up as well. And Tuesday night, as always, XCAL is back. Plus, there is on the Facebook page a bunch of recruitment stuff going on and some charity events coming up that we are definitely looking forward to.
We're going to go to a couple of replays here because you won't believe what just happened, not once, not twice. Doug, what just happened with Art Hendren?
I'm almost afraid to look. Art had such a good first half of the race. Here he is under the pace laps trying to get through the International Horseshoe and catch back up, and he spins in the International Horseshoe. Let's see what happens as he gets to the other horseshoe at the other end of the track. Makes it around, catches the dirt on the outside, and spins again. And that's kind of a heartbreak, as Art had been really good early in the race, had lost some ground, started to catch back up at one point, started to make some ground back up, and then just a series of unfortunate events.
That is a tough break. Let's see what happens with Bronson and Rondeletto if they come in this time. If everybody comes in this time. Pit road should be open to all drivers, including the lap cars, because they did go by clean with no issues. So we're going to see what happens here with the leaders this time.
And we did mention, we were talking about it during the break, does Bronson have enough fuel? We didn't know if he had enough fuel to catch the pace car.
Oh, man.
Here
Listen
he
to
is.
this, Doug. I want to tell you this real quick. I was just on the onboard, and he was pushing the clutch in as he was coming into pit road. Everyone is in the pits, from what we know, amongst the front runners, and we expect Crafts to just do a splash and go, just top off.
Yeah, there's really not a lot of reason for him to do it. He just got 4 tires. He's got maybe 1.5 laps on him. Well, he's got a couple of pace laps on him, but he really doesn't need the tires. And let's see if we can get a closer look at his car. No, he is not getting any tires, and he is rolling off pit road already. He's got a full tank of fuel and is going to come back out in the lead.
And look at this. Austin Edwards will beat him out for second spot. Babinger beats him for third. This is a slow stop for Bronson because of how much fuel he had to save. Hallinar beats him out. Bronson is not going to be in a good spot here when we go back to green. Back to what we believe is 6th.
Yep, it looks like he's going to come out in 6th place, although all things considered, what a recovery Bronson has had from the earlier incident. He was back outside. I believe he dropped as far back as 14th and all the way back up to 6th with strategy and an extremely fast race car. And it looks like he might actually still be in contention for this. And the other thing we have to talk about, we did not see a lot of chaos the first time they went through turn 1 when the green flag initially dropped. But now everybody is going for it. There are no more cautions. It's just full send the rest of the race. And, you know, there's some guys further back on the lead lap that if chaos ensues in turn 1, there's no telling what could happen.
Getting report here through race control there will be one extension, and hearing something from Jeff Edgar if somebody's out of gas. Not sure what's going on there. But anyway, one driver stayed out from what we are hearing because he pitted on lap 49. That is Sean Andrews in the 999 car. He will get 5 bonus points. What do you think of that strategy here?
I think if he's being very careful on his pace laps, he's holding the clutch he's in 4th gear, he's doing everything you can do to save fuel. This might be the best chance he has here. We'll have to wait and see if he makes a late pit stop under caution, but this could be an interesting strategy play. And hey, we saw Crapser pull off some strategy miracles here tonight. We've seen Bronson, who was really in a good position till his incident, use strategy to get back up here. Anything could happen, and when you're road racing, generally anything does happen. So it'll be very interesting to see how things play out here with Sean Andrews.
Second place driver 2 stayed out. Ryan Seems, maybe even the top 3. And the top 3, Josh Doobie, pitted on lap 47, and what we're hearing, he stayed out as well.
I bet Sean Andrews will probably try and stay out if I'm Ryan Seams and I'm Josh Doobie, unless I see Sean Andrews hit pit road. No, he doesn't. None of them come in. I would have made the call. I was assuming they were staying out for points. Even though they're further back in the championship, those points could make the difference between getting paid and not getting paid here this season. And my assumption was they were trying to stay out, hoping Sean Andrews would pit and they could pick up some bonus points. That is not the case.
Blake Wynn bringing a bunch of drivers in just so they can top off on fuel. 3 drivers that were waved around were Jose Gaudino, Greg Holes, and Kendrick Cryer, so that should put 18 drivers on the lead lap. Someone we haven't talked about a lot throughout the day, and he is in what I believe is highest spot yet in the race, is Luke Turpin in the 11th spot. Jordan Babinger is in 16th. Luke Turpin is back in the hunt currently for the championship. And let's take a look and see how they rack up in the standings. 6th versus 11th. It would be 19 points. Babinger would close in, so the points deficit would go down to 4. And then you got to add to the laps that Babinger has led earlier today, and that's 5 bonus points. So Babinger would have the points lead provisionally, barely though, up a marker.
And seeing an alert, I'm going to hit the replay on it. We don't know what happened here. But again, Art Hendren struggling here tonight. Let's see what happens as he's trying to get back up to the field through turn 1 and loses it again in turn 1. That's like the 3rd time under caution that Art has lost it. And we've been cheering him on for weeks because early in the season he was extremely fast, but this second half of the season, he's had no luck, and just every possible thing has gone wrong for Hendren.
Absolutely. Art Hendren, by the way, for those wondering at home, currently has he's got a 17X. You want to know who's got the most right now? Actually, 2 drivers that have 34X.
Let me guess. Mason Foster is one of them.
Yep. And who's the other one?
Wow, that's going to be a tough call since it's not Art. I don't know.
Noah Carpenter.
Oh, I should have seen that one coming. Yeah.
I'll tell you that this is actually a little bit crazy when you think of it. Austin Edwards has 25X. I think those are probably all off tracks when you think of it. Some of those drivers shortcutting the chicane, just barely taking a tire off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're probably right on that. I mean, he's and there's been a couple of times where he's really had to get evasive to avoid something happening on track and go through the grass to avoid wrecks. He had to drive through the grass once through the bus stop to avoid a wreck there. So I think that's probably what it is. But definitely. Yes. Definitely a surprise.
Wesley Johnson, I'm going to listen to his onboard here. He just ran out of fuel. Wesley Johnson is out of fuel, who pitted on lap 52. I don't know if he forgot to, now he's got the car back going.
You could hear it cutting out as he came through the bus stop. That is, you know, the one thing about these and a lot of these type races is you have to really pay attention to how much fuel you actually do end up adding. If he wasn't watching it really closely, if he didn't double check everything, everybody has made that mistake where they think they have it set for full fuel and they don't, and they run out, and it's a problem.
So we are getting ready to go back to the green flag. We are hearing that as well that this caution will have a single file restart. I believe this is because this is all, yes, it's going to be a single file restart because it is considered a road course in iRacing. So let's reset the field here for you as we go back to green. And listening real quick. All right, 18 drivers are on the lead lap. Here's how they look. Sean Andrews the leader. Ryan Seams second. Josh Doobie is third. They stayed out, took the risk. Alex Krapser fourth. Austin Edwards fifth. Jordan Babinger sixth. Alex Halinar seventh. Jonathan Bronson eighth. Octavio Rondeletto ninth. And now Luke Turpin is up to 10th. Wesley Johnson 11th. Ezekiel Montero 12th. Blake Wynn is 13th. Jonathan Schwartz 14th. Greg Holes 15th. Matt Bear 16th, Kendrick Cryer 17th, Jose Gaudino 18th. They're on the lead lap. Sean Patrick 19th, Pat Sullivan 20th, Kenny Tripp 21st, Rob Colgan 22nd, Jeremy Leto 23rd, Jeff Edgar 24th, Thanos Poole 25th, Tyler McRae 26th, Kyle Bartos 27th, Alex Gingler, Art Hendren 29th, Joe Campbell is 30th. Derek Colson 31st, Noah Carpenter 32nd, Mason Foster 33rd, John Brancaccio 34th, and Don Park 35th. There are, from what we are hearing, 4 cars out of the race. Carpenter, Foster, Brancaccio, and Ford.
And Gerald Poole will actually lose a couple of spots. He was actually on pit road topping off on fuel as we ran through.
I think Doobie may be out of fuel here. Either that or he just got issued an EOL. He's not getting up to speed, so he's pushing the clutch, and yeah, he's out of fuel. Was supposed to restart third and just ran out of gas. Oh.
That's a bit of a that is a heartbreak for Doobie. He was having a really good run, using some strategy to get himself up there. I mean, he'll still be on the lead lap at least for a little bit because of the pace time but the tow time here is ginormous.
Yeah, and he's going to go a lap down too.
He might barely maintain the lead lap. I'm trying to do the math on it, but if he does, it'll be really, really, really close because the pit stops here are running about 40 seconds for 4 tires and fuel. If he just gets fuel, it'll be a lot less, but definitely he's not going to finish where he thought he was.
Here we go. We're about to go back to green. The leader gets to fire first. Even if it's considered a super speedway, we are on a road course, so the leader has rights to fire first. Pace truck, the JT's mobile pressure pace truck, comes into pit road. Andrews, the right to fire. He's already got the 5 bonus points. As we get ready to go back to green, there it is. Fires at the same time, all single file. Who makes the first move into turn 1? It's Halinar. He wants 5th position on Jordan Babinger. Krapser wants 2nd in turn 1. Seeds plays defensive. Who goes wide in the corner? Seeds goes wide. Andrews goes wide. Krapser goes to the lead.
And that comes as a bit of a surprise with it. Oh, we've got somebody got the wall. As the 454 shoots up the middle, I think the 78 might have gotten the wall there on the at the end of the pit road exit. And now everybody, the top spots are shaken up. But look at this. Alex Krapser, Austin Edwards out front. Halinar's made his way to 3rd. Rondeletto now in 4th. And Jonathan Bronson in 5th. As Rondeletto smokes his tires, Halinar goes wide.
Big mistake for Halinar there, Doug. Back to you.
Helinar's run such a good race tonight. I hate to see that happen. He was definitely up for a top 3 finish tonight, the way he was running. But now Rondoletto up to 3rd, Jonathan Bronson up to 4th. Those two, and they've got, look who is in 5th place. It is Luke Turpin.
And he's ahead of Jordan Babinger, Petey, and we just heard Matt Bear just got spun by Tyler McRae entering the West Horseshoe, and he's not happy about it at all. Petey, Krebser, battle for the lead with Edwards. In the bus stop they go. There's also a good battle for 3rd with Bronson, Rondoletto, and Turpin. Babinger cuts through. He may have to slow down because of that, and yes, he is. He was trying to get something set up there on Luke Turpin. 2-car length lead for Babinger, and Babinger has fallen way back because he cut the bus stop.
And he's losing a lot of time. Meanwhile, Pat Sullivan and Jeff Edgar both had incidents. And Jose Godino, looks like there was a big incident. Let's see if we can get a look at it. As Patrick Sullivan comes down, it was checking up for the bus stop. He checked up way too early. The 99 gets in the back. He backs up across the track.
Gosh, that's scary. That is a scary wreck. I'm going to watch that again if we get the battle for the race lead. What we were watching with Jeff Edgar, by the way, is he actually went through the bus stop to miss the wreck as McRae bumped Sullivan. Man, Sullivan got on 2 wheels. That got close and backed into Godino. They didn't expect it. Same with another driver. I think it was Gangler. Godino almost goes up on his roof that close. But with Edgar, he came to a stop. Leto somehow powered his way through. That's going to be a penalty for him without question. Man, that restart was just fireworks, Doug. They're with you in... Actually, no, they're with PD, I believe. They're exiting the infield now, and the battle for the lead is heating up as McRae's talking with someone on Will PD.
Yeah, here we go. Battle up front. Edwards, for the first time this race, he is right up there with Crapser. He hasn't got a chance to challenge Crapser all day. He is there now. We'll see what he has. Bronson now is starting to catch back up to these two guys. And don't count out Luke Turpin in 5th place right now either. Turpin, as high as he's ran all day, is 5th place. Luke Turpin, now a fixture in this race. Another car up to 6th, Ezekiel Monterrero. The first half of this race and the second half of this race are going to be 2 completely different races. We have a whole lot of different faces involved for the battle for this win that we didn't get to see a whole lot of in the first half. But one thing has stayed true, Marty, and that's the 29 car of Alex Crapser continues to show the way around Daytona.
Led the most laps so far today, but he better look in that mirror. Edwards is there. Does he try the slingshot off of turn number 4? Let's see what happens in this duel for the race lead. 1.3 seconds back is Bronson in 3rd. Edwards with the bump draft coming to the start-finish line. It continues to be Krebser out in front. Edwards tries to set it up, enter high, exit low. What happens in turn 1? Edwards, I think he may have outbroken Krebser there for just a moment. Krebser higher on the exit than Edwards.
You know
and
what?
Trouble too. There was a trouble. Matt Bear just blew the engine in turn 4 on his way into pit road. Oh man, you just hate it for Matt Bear. The day goes from bad to worse. In the pits he goes. Let's go back to the battle for the lead with Doug.
Well, you know, I don't think Austin Edwards is even going to bother trying to pass Crapser right now. He's going to follow his line. We've seen Austin do this all night long. He does not push for the lead until he needs to, and Crapser might hand it to him as Crapser drifts through the second horseshoe. And meanwhile, Austin Edwards just sitting back there lurking. He is going to force Crapser to make a big mistake, or he's just going to sit back there, play the strategy, save some fuel, and keep going, Petey.
Real quick, Petey, I don't mean to interrupt you, but Tyler McRae and Matt Bear are exchanging some unpleasant words right now on the Will Petey. Race control is not allowed to listen to it. It's the driver's only chatter. However, though, as the play-by-play guy, I am allowed to listen to Will Petey. And McRae and Bear are going after it. Petey, they're in the bus stop. A lot of fingers are coming on Friday.
No, looks like Petey has stepped away for the moment, and Austin Edwards still just lurking. And
Trouble. Sorry, Doug, we actually had Colgan run out of fuel, and then something happened in the infield. Go to Gangler here, Doug. Let's see what happened.
And it looks like Gangler was headed for the horseshoe, locked up the brakes a little bit, and got the angle wrong on corner exit, did a complete 180 with a lot of traffic right behind him.
Change for the lead in turn 1. Edwards gets by Krapser at the start-finish line. Bronson's in the battle. It's a three-way battle for the lead, Doug.
And that comes as a surprise. Austin Edwards must be think he's substantially faster than Krapser for him to make that move. We saw in the first half of the race, as they come up into lap traffic, we saw the first half of the race, he just toyed with the car in front of him. He didn't even try and force the issue, but now here he went through turn 1 to the lead, and now he's got lap traffic ahead, but he is pulling away from Krapser. This is something that has not happened all night. Somebody driving away from Krapser. Lap car goes to the high side. Everybody gets underneath. Bronson is still right there with him as well, and the lap car is definitely going to come into play for Krapser as they go back out onto the NASCAR banking.
Yeah, here we go back out into the banking. Edwards is in the lead. They're working their way around the lap car of Pat Sullivan. And I'm telling you, this stage in the race, I'm calling this a 7-horse battle for the win. Anyone from Alex Krapser, Austin Edwards, Jonathan Bronson, Octavio Rondoletto, Luke Turpin, Ezekiel Monterrero, and John Schwartz. I think those 7 cars realistically have a shot. They've all shown they have speed. They've all showed they have various levels of strategy going on. And any one of those 7 cars could end up in victory lane before this thing's over. Although right now it's Austin Edwards opening up a little bit of a gap as he makes a little bit of a mistake there on the entry to the bus stop. But he gets off of it clean, and Edwards flexing his muscle here late in the race, Marty.
We had reports of a crash once again with Art Hendren.
Bless you. Let's take a quick look at Art Hendren. He is definitely, and then there was an issue with Kendrick Cryer as well. We'll take a quick look at that. And it looks like Art Hendren, he tried to take that wider angle, but he tried to take it hot and just spun in turn 1, held the brakes, waited for the cars to get by. Let's see what happened to Cryer.
Cryer ran out of fuel and was trying to push the clutch in and could not. Tough break for him, was inside the lead lap. Couple of drivers are in pit road. And actually, I just thought of something. Couple of laps away, Doug, from pit window for the front leaders who all pit on lap 52.
Coulson ran out of fuel right by Cryer.
And they're teammates, by the way. They're pushing each other, Petey.
Yeah, we just saw the fastest lap of the race put down by Floppa Jonathan Bronson. He just ran a 2-minute flat 4.58. So he is getting closer to that 159 mark, but still about 0.4 of a second away of a very, very fast lap there for Bronson. And I'll tell you what, Bronson, he's back in the mix of this thing. Hopefully he's learned from his mistakes in the first half. That 28 car, I don't hate his chances if he can just not make mistakes here as I'll send it to Marty now.
Petey, we'll take it back to you as they're in the oval.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, we are in the oval. Sorry, we got all out of kink there for a second. But back up front, Edwards pulls a little bit of a gap. Looks like Floppa is willing to run right in the tire tracks of Alex Krapser. Expect to see these guys come into the pits. I don't think this time by maybe another lap or two we'll see them come down. And you got to look at some of the guys in the back that did choose to stay out, or that did choose to pit when we got 1 to green under that caution. There's going to be varying levels of strategy here, and it's obviously too far out to really try to determine what will come of it, Marty, as we go back into turns 3 and 4.
And we should expect the drivers to come in this time. Let's see what happens with Austin Edwards. If he decides to come on in. And some of these drivers are going to wait again, because they use less fuel too. And, you know, this is a little surprising that the top 4 all rated. Ezekiel Montero is the first guy amongst the front runners to enter pit road, leaders in turn 1.
And a little slide from the 3 car as he was getting lapped there. That was a bit close for the leaders as they come through turn 1, up through the S's, and Austin Edwards continues to extend that lead.
Trouble in turn 1. Tyler McRae goes around. You can watch it on the replay. We just missed it earlier. Kept it back going, and there were more issues for Kendrick Cryer. I think this was part of a situation trying to get back to pit road, and it was. And I think a guy like Cryer, he's already called it.
Yeah, probably so. Meanwhile, up at the front, as Austin Edwards extends, it's worth noting Jonathan Bronson has consistently shown he can go one lap further than everybody else. He can go one lap further for sure than Alex Krapser, and I'm pretty sure a lap further than Austin Edwards, and that could come into play before the night is out. With 40 laps to go, they have to make at least 3 more stops.
So here we go back onto the NASCAR oval. Edwards is in the lead. I don't know if they're coming down this time by, but it's possible either this time by or next time by. Now, Doug, while that is true about Bronson, his fuel mileage has been better. On this initial stop, I expect to see him pit with everyone else. I think he's only getting like a half a lap better than everyone else per pit cycle. It's on that second pit stop, I think, when you'll see Bronson be able to extend it the extra lap than everyone else as they go back into NASCAR 3 and 4 right to Marty Zakala.
Change for 4th position, entering the bus stop. Luke Turpin takes it away from Octavio Rondeletto. The Argentinian trying to fight back on the outside, but unable to do so. Off of NASCAR 4, Edwards, looks like he's saying he's going to enter pit road. Let's see what happens. Again, the driver's last pit on lap 52. Edwards is in. Krapser goes another lap. Wow. And Bronson trying to outbrake Edwards in a possible race for second. That does not work. Is this a little surprising that Krapser remains out in front?
Most definitely. I'm really surprised to see he is trying to extend it. We've not seen him trying to extend the fuel mileage all night. Could he have been playing possum with it, though? Could he have been able to go that extra lap the whole time, but kept that in reserve, kept that a secret for the first half of the race?
Oh, Wesley Johnson, the car that was running in 6th position, the 062, he is no longer in the server. A terrible, terrible break there for a driver making his debut who was having an excellent run.
Ran out of fuel in turn number 3. A lot of drivers with fuel issues. Remember, as well, keep in mind, after pitting, they're using fuel when they're in the pacing laps, too. And also, we did have that 1-lap extension, which does play part of that on that restart.
So here we go back to NASCAR 3 and 4, or excuse me, back into NASCAR 1 and 2 rather. Krapser does have the lead, looking to see who else stayed out. Looks like John Schwartz stayed out, but I believe he did come into the pits and right when we got 1 to green, so it's not surprising he has an extra lap. It's pretty surprising that Krapser is able to stay out here, and he's still under power right now. Krapser's a very calculated guy. I can't imagine he'd stay out if he wasn't certain he could make it the extra lap. He's coming down towards the bus stop. I expect him to make it back around, but what a call here for the 29 team. I was not expecting him to get this fuel mileage here as he exits the bus stop back towards NASCAR 3 and 4, Marty.
I'm trying to think here with Krapser. Maybe he's trying to set it up back on his every 7-lap run. 84, 90. He would still have one more. He would still have to stop on for his final stop, possibly on lap number 98 if he's doing it this way.
He could be extending it. If he extends it 1 lap this time, he could do it 2 laps next time, so forth and so on. If you do the math, he could actually come in around lap 92, 93 and make it to the end. As he now comes to pit road, I would expect to see Schwartz and Wynn do as well.
Watching with... Never mind.
Krapser's out as he's in the pits, but it doesn't matter. His car started to sputter. He calculated that perfect. Sorry to interrupt you, Marty.
Yeah, no worries. I thought I had something to say there, but I did not. Krapser is in, Schwartz is in, Blake Wynn is in. Remember, with John Schwartz, even with the rear end damage, he is going to lap later than a bunch of drivers with the setup he has. Austin Edwards should resume this race out in the race lead. We'll see what happens here at the start-finish line. Krapser still in the pits, and it will be Austin Edwards. Luke Turpin as well. How about this? Superman is up to second, dog. Just 1 3/4 seconds behind the leader.
And he has been coming on strong tonight. He is running equal lap times to Austin Edwards right now. They are staying pretty close. Actually, last time by, he was over a half second faster than Austin Edwards. So he might have something in that car. He's been lurking back there. He was outside the top 10. He made some strategy moves and having a fast car, restarted in the top 10 and then managed to get past a whole swarm of messes that happened right in front of him. Now he's in second place. He's perfectly positioned here. It might become a very interesting race, and Austin Edwards may be about to have his hands full. Petey?
Wappa got caught speeding on pit entry again. That's going to cost him the race this time. He did it a second time. I thought he got in there a little hot, but I didn't know it was that hot. They held him again, and there pretty much goes any shot of him winning this race out the window.
Gosh, the bad luck for Bronson continues. Petey, you and I were talking about it earlier on, and that puts Bronson, as of right now, back in the 12th position. Man, what a tough break he has had. So looking at the best battle on track, it's currently for 5th position, and I believe this is going over to Petey. Babinger and Montero are down the super stretch.
Yep, Montero and Babinger, like you said, down the super stretch. They are very, very close in a battle right here, and not too far in front of them is Alex Krapser. We'll have to see what comes of this battle here. Looks like, though, it's going to be Montero losing a little bit of ground there to Babinger, as a Babinger, Marty, he wants to make up some spots here with Luke Turpin running in second now.
Absolutely. Currently in the points lead, Luke Turpin extending it over Jordan Babinger. As we look at the points standings currently, it would be about, grabbing the notes here, doing my calculations, a 10-point gain, so a 33-point lead for Luke Turpin as of right now. Austin Edwards, meanwhile, continues to lead at the Daytona Road Course. Stay with us. "64 laps in the books here at the virtual Daytona International Speedway Road Course. We welcome you back to How to Suck at iRacing's live coverage of the Tri-E Inc. 356. Marty Sakala, Doug Burns, PDJ Zeller, here with you in the booth. Let's go to a good battle on track that is currently for 4th position between Alex Krapser and Jordan Babinger, Doug.
And Babinger has been lurking behind him all night, and they've got Ezekiel not far behind either. This is going to be a 3-car battle for this position before too much longer. Both Babinger and Ezekiel within drafting distance once they get back out on the track. But Krapser has been extremely fast, and we saw him go that extra lap on fuel. He is definitely playing a strategy game out here. He is still holding on to 4th, but Babinger and Ezekiel, I'd imagine he's going to have his hands full of them here in a minute. Petey?
Yes, we are getting back on to NASCAR 1 and 2, and Krapser It seems like he's fallen off a little bit here in the second run, and honestly, I don't know if it's maybe as much as he's fallen off, as much as Austin Edwards, Luke Turpin, and Octavio Rondoletto. I don't think they showed you their full hand in the first half of this race. They knew they were going to get that competition caution. They knew they were going to get caught back up, and those savvy veterans now, they are
Trouble
1, 2,
turn
and 3.
1. Trouble turn 1 for Art Hendren. Was going by John Friley, came in way too hot, wheel hopped it, and spun into the marbles of turn 1. We're going to check out Art Hendren, currently with a 23X so far in the night. Again, not what Art Hendren wants, currently running in 22nd position.
Yeah, he just got back on the gas a little too soon. The car was a little off kilter. He had to wait for several cars to get back by and ended up losing a lot of ground there. So another bad hit for Art Hendren here tonight.
Let's take this opportunity to give you a full field rundown. Austin Edwards, the race leader, took the lead in the second half of the going. Luke Turpin second, Octavio Rondoletto third, Alex Krapser is fourth, Jordan Babinger fifth, Ezekiel Montero sixth, Alex Halinar seventh, John Schwartz eighth, Ryan Seams ninth, Blake Wynn 10th, Sean Andrews 11th, Jonathan Bronson 12th, Greg Holes 13th, Josh Doobie 14th. First car a lap down. Sean Patrick is 15th. Oh, excuse me, Sean Patrick is 15th. 16th, Jeff Edgar. 17th, Gerald Poole. 18th is Kenny Tripp. Jeremy Leto, 19th. Tyler McRae is 20th. Kyle Bartels is 21st. Art Hendren, 22nd. Alex Gingler, 23rd. Pat Sullivan, 24th. Joe Campbell, 25th. Jose Gaudino is 26th. Wesley Johnson, 27th. Kendrick Cryer is 28th. Derek Colson is 29th. Drivers currently behind the wall: Matt Bear and Robert Colgan, 30th and 31st. Mason Foster is riding 32nd. 3 drivers officially out of the race: Noah Carpenter, John Brancaccio, and Don Park. Or Don Ford, whatever his name is. He was only here for a one-off. 2-second lead for Austin Edwards over Luke Turpin. Let's go to another good battle. It's for 8th on the track. And how about Ryan Seams? After restarting in second spot, PD has kept it inside the top 10, currently in 9th.
Yeah, we had an interesting restart there. A lot of guys kind of got shuffled out of position there. But Seams has been able to recover nicely. He's back in 9th. He's running right up the tailpipes with John Schwartz, who I have to admit, I'm kind of disappointed with the speed Schwartz is showing. I expected him to be a little bit quicker and maybe involved in that battle up front on this stint, but nonetheless, still a good day for Schwartz, running up there in 8th position. A guy I'm impressed with, though, Marty, Blake Wynn, 10th place right now. Blake Wynn, first week back on a new computer, not known for road courses. He's done a good job keeping that car up near the top 10 all race long, and he's hoping to get rewarded with a strong finish.
Blake Wynn currently in the 10th position as we continue to watch Schwartz versus Seams across the start-finish line. Seams now comes into pit road as Blake Wynn will now assume the 9th position. John Schwartz, a good day for him so far, Doug. Kept it inside the top 10 as he's in turn 1.
Yeah, he has definitely had a good run. He's been up and led a couple of laps. He's been in the top 10 all night, and he's the guy you don't talk about the first half of the race. You always talk about the second half of the race. He is definitely coming into his own here and starting to make his way forward. I expect a top 5, maybe better out of him. Like you said, like Petey said, not the same speed we're used to seeing out of Schwartz, but hey, he's got one heck of a run going here tonight, and I would expect to see him making his way forward. And how about Alex Halinar? Even after the problems earlier and losing some positions through strategy and everything else, he's led laps, he's been in the top 5 most of the night, had the incident after the restart, back to 7th, but starting to work his way forward as well, Petey.
Yeah, by the way, the update on the incident battle, nobody has an incident-free race going anymore. Now there is just Alex Krapser, who has 2x. That's the lowest amount. And then with 5x is Joshua Doobie. And then with 7x is Alex Halinar. And then there's no other drivers in this field that are in the single digits. It has been a race of attrition. Highest amount right now, 42. Sean Andrews, that's a $4.20 a day. Pretty nice there. As we go back to Ezekiel Monterero, though, as we go to NASCAR 3 and 4 to Marty.
Yeah, Montero, like Petey talked about earlier on, was a lap down throughout most of the first half of the race, was able to get his lap back, and now he is currently in 6th position. Driver in pit road, that is Luke Turpin, giving up second spot and pitting in a lap earlier than Austin Edwards. Doug, this could be a horsepower advantage for Luke Turpin. Same with Ezekiel Montero when Austin Edwards and Octavio Rondeletto come in.
Well, it's definitely going to be a little bit of an advantage, but these guys out here stretching that mileage, I think we're going to see that continue to be the story, especially knowing that they need to time that last pit stop around lap 93. So going that extra little bit here can definitely help. Some of these guys will have to make, as you mentioned earlier, a pit stop with about 3 to 4 laps to go. But these guys up front that are stretching that mileage, that extra lap or two every time, they're going to end up coming out ahead. They're going to be able to stop on lap 93, 94, somewhere in there. And Alex Hallinar has another issue.
Take a look at the replay and see what happened. This was in Doug's position in the infield. What happened here?
He got on the rumble strips. He had to check up a little bit, and the 3 just got into his back bumper and turned him around, so hit by a lapped car that he had just passed, and now he is going to lose a lot of ground here tonight.
Not at all what Alex Hallinar wanted. He was on a nice strategy run in the first half of the race, had a top 10 car, and likely the chances of getting a win are going away. Luke Turpin, after pitting, fell back to 9th position. Austin Edwards remains out in front. How about Edwards and Rondeletto? They are your top 2, and they are your 2 biggest movers in the race. Edwards from 31st position, Rondeletto from 28th. They have had a great showing so far today.
That they have, and Luke Turpin too, I know he's cycled back to 9th, but he is in the top 3 when this is all cycled through. The guys that have been running 1, 2, 3 in the second half of this race, they started 28th, 29th, and 31st. They had to come from the back of the field, and that's why we didn't get a chance to talk about those guys a ton in the first half of this race. But after we bunched the field back up, got this thing restarted, it's become very clear that maybe not Alex Crapser is the class of the field here today, but it might have been Austin Edwards, Luke Turpin, and Octavio Rondeletto. And I'll tell you what, I know Austin Edwards has kind of looked like the fastest cat here towards the end. Do not count out Luke Turpin. That dude always has the spade up his sleeve, Doug.
Rondeletto is out of contention now. Coming down to pit road, he was on the gas. He got on the brakes really hard, spun the car sideways at the commitment cone, drifted off into the infield, lost a ton of time. Also impacted Babinger's pit road entry as Austin Edwards continues to extend his lead over Alex Crapser now. And Alex, like we mentioned last time, he went that extra lap last time. Expect to see him go at least 1 more, maybe 2 more than Austin Edwards this time, and that could be the deciding factor, Petey.
Yeah, and he got a black flag as well to Rondeletto. He got 1 for speeding on entry and 1 for illegal pit entrance. So he spun into the infield, then came back into the pits, and yeah, that completely is going to take out Rondeletto. So another of the mighty have fallen here, Marty.
Tough break for Octavio. Another one that you could have considered a contender to win inside the top 3. Closest battle on track. This is not really the closest battle on track right now, as we're just waiting for currently your top 4, I believe, or top 5, I should say, to enter pit road. And we're looking at the gap between Turpin and Edwards. It's just about 48 seconds. The drivers have been doing just about 59-second pit lane times. As Edwards brings it into pit road, we're going to watch him closely and see where he cycles out. Does he cycle out still in front of Turpin, or does Turpin jump him?
And Crapser went ahead and came to pit road at the same time. Bit of a shock there, as now Jonathan Schwartz, does he extend?
We're going to watch closely as, by the way, Crapser will lead the lap at the start-finish line because his pit stall is after the line and Crapser's is before. And Jonathan Schwartz, Blake Wynn also come in. Same with Alex Hallinar. So the entire top 5 are in. Now the question is, where's Luke Turpin? Turpin on track is currently in. Is that turn 4? That is turn 4 on the track. And he is coming like Jaws. Watch him very closely on the pit exit. There he is across the start-finish line. And Luke Turpin gets by Edwards. You've got a new leader. And as long as he leads this lap, Luke Turpin will get 5 bonus points, and this is huge, Doug.
Yeah, definitely a good points night for him. This is the first time he has managed to make it to the lead tonight. So good job by Luke Turpin. He's got the 82 right in front of him, though, and we've seen that car in a lot of trouble tonight, so he's got to be very careful. He's going to get clear. The 82 backs out of it, and now through the infield, Luke Turpin now has an 8.6 second lead. He's gone one lap further. He'll be able to go till at least lap. Once he stops here, he'll stop at the start of lap 71. That puts him at 78, 85, and 92. He should be able to stretch that just a little bit and should be able to go the distance and have possibly one fewer pit stop.
Good battle on the line here for 10th position as Halinar exits pit road with Sean Andrews in this battle. Jonathan Bronson a part of this battle for 9th, Doug. Oh, boy.
Man, Doug, what was I telling you, though, about Luke Turpin and the spade, man? He always has that up his sleeve.
He definitely does, and he is showing it here tonight. He has definitely got a plan here, and it is obviously working out. He's got a bit of a lead as Halinar is starting to try and pick some positions back up. He is going to close in on Jonathan Bronson as they come off of the infield, Petey.
So they come up off the infield. Great battle going on back here for about 9th, 10th, 11th. All these positions back here. Close racing going on. Bronson, though, he is going to pull away a little bit from the two cars of, that is Halinar and Sean Andrews. Sean Andrews quietly having a really good run today, and I know incident-wise, it's kind of a disaster. He has 44 incidents right now. But as far as positions-wise, that car has been running pretty good all race long, and still a very good showing so far for the 999 Andrews machine, as he runs in 11th right behind Alex Halinar, who's going to be in 10th position. Bronson looks like he's going to get back up to 9th, and Bronson, a top 5 is not out of the question here for the 28 car. It's just the win is pretty much out of the question, Marty.
Absolutely. He's still the fastest car on track. Still has the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes, .46. Top 5. I absolutely agree with you here, Petey. It is not out of the question at all. How about we look at a battle in lap traffic? The closest battle is for 17th on track between Kenny Tripp and John Patrick. And Petey, is it just me or is it weird seeing a yellow dropping bomb scheme?
It is. You never know what to expect out of that team, though. They always have something up their sleeve in terms of paint schemes, and it looks like they brought out the yellow car this week. Who knows? They'll probably show up with a pink one next week, and it's dropping bombs, man. DBR, they are a team that loves to throw some surprises at you. So we look back at this. We have Luke Turpin in the lead. Austin Edwards is in second. Third is Alex Crapser, but the battle for third is actually kind of getting tightened up here. Jordan Babinger, he is in 4th place right now. And Marty, he knows that Luke Turpin's winning. This championship battle is razor thin right now. For Jordan Babinger, that one position could mean a lot in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely. And when you think of it, when we take a look at the point standings once again, 1st to 4th, that is a 15-point gain. And guess what? Because Luke Turpin is now leading laps, the bonus points are out of question. They have each led laps. And something as well you got to think of, too, if you're Luke Turpin. You have to hope that that maybe a guy like Austin Edwards falls out of 2nd place or even 3rd place. Here's the reason why. If you get the Hard Charger Award, it's 5 bonus points. If Austin Edwards loses 2 more spots, the Hard Charger Award would go to Luke Turpin, and I don't think there
Marty.
is a... Yes, go ahead. If there's a tie situation.
Yeah, Marty, I have a question for you. What is the points difference between 2nd and 3rd?
Points difference coming on into the night between Babinger and Rondeletto.
No, like finishing-wise, like position, like what's the points difference between finishing 2nd or finishing 3rd?
5 points.
5 points. So for Jordan Babinger, it doesn't matter. If he gets up to 3rd, he could take 2nd, but if he takes 2nd away, he's going to take 5 points, so he's going to give Luke an extra 5 points. For Babinger, it really doesn't matter if he finishes 2nd or 3rd as long as Austin's the car in 2nd, because if he passes Edwards, he's going to give Luke 5 more points, and if Edwards beats him, he's going to lose 5 points, so there's no winning situation here for Babinger.
I don't think as well, Petey, if someone has the same amount of spots gained that is the most, they don't each get 5, correct? That's just out of the question.
It goes to the higher finishing car in that situation.
Okay, yeah, so this right now is on, this could rely on Austin Edwards big time. So we'll just have to see what happens. But as of right now, from first to fourth, it's a 15-point gain, so 38-point lead Luke Turpin would have provisionally. As for the faster car in the race, 2 minutes .83 for Jordan Babinger, but the fastest lap belongs to Jonathan Bronson, a 2 minutes .46. Bronson will get the 5
in the bus stop. We have a wreck in the bus stop. Looks like Austin. Was that Austin Edwards that went around? No, it was not Austin Edwards. For a second, I thought it was. It was Gerald Poole that went around. And Doug, do we have a replay on that?
Let's take a quick look as
Oh my!
he got yeeted.
Edwards.
I think that was Art Hendren that just got into the back of Thanos and sent him around, and he managed to recover, and he'll keep coming back. But yeah, that definitely hurts, as Gerald was trying to make up some ground tonight, and he was really looking forward to a good finish tonight. He was running in about 16th place. He's now back to 17th. Still got a long way to go, but he can only get as high as 15th at this point, unless a miracle of some kind happens.
A couple of drivers in pit road right now. Josh Doobie, Jeremy Leto, and Kenny Tripp. And let's see if we got any good battles on track for right now. Closest one we have is for 15th. It's Sean Patrick and now Jeff Edgar. Jeff Edgar, this is a little bit of a surprise to see him in 16th position. From what he's done to improve up the ranks, PD, in this race, been pretty good so far for the driver of the 05.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not too terribly surprised. I've talked with Jeff a lot, and honestly, there's probably no one that's practiced for this race more than willing to bet he's probably put more laps down than just about anyone else out there. And right now, he's getting to enjoy the fruits of his labors. He's actually in a battle for 15th. That's a battle right there with the car in front of him, the yellow dropping bombs machine. And Jeff Edgar, though, good run so far, and he might get a top 15 out of this. We're a long way from the finish. Things can still go down. He might be knocking on the door of the top 10 before this is all said and done.
Absolutely, just under 30 laps to go, and Jeff Edgar is knocking on the doors of Sean Patrick for P15 on track. And look at that. Look at Sean Patrick there on the exit of turn 4. What he just did, he just went to the outside to try and break the draft of Jeff Edgar. That's interesting. We haven't seen a lot of that today, especially in the turns. But again, that is the battle for 15th position and the best battle on track, even when they are a lap down. Let's focus on it, Doug, as they're in turn 1.
Yeah, and I imagine we're going to see a little bit more of the guys trying to break the draft and a lot more aggressive moves here. They know they've still got to make at least 3 more stops here. Some of these guys will be trying to cut that a little bit short, but as here we come, they are going to not wait a minute as Jeff Edgar starts looking to the inside of Cole Patrick off of the turn. Can't quite get there, but through the kink, he actually almost had that car sideways. He is gaining ground very, very quickly. Patrick has got to be very careful here because obviously Jeff Edgar, the practice he put in this week, making a huge difference here as he closes down on that DBR car. Petey?
Yeah, he pulls right up in the draft now. Edgar trying to catch up to Sean Patrick. And, I know these two guys are very good friends. They might be on different teams, but Jeff tells me him and Sean keep in contact. I know these are two guys that get along with each other pretty well, so I'm sure they're having a blast out there racing with each other. Sean tries to break the draft. If anything, I think that hurt Sean. I think he got a little loose and he had to burp the gas because Jeff has a huge run on him right now towards the bus stop. Jeff is catching right up close to him once again. What a great battle we got going on here for 15th between Sean Patrick and Jeff Edgar. Edgar fakes to the inside, makes Sean think about it. Sean is not fooled. He runs a good bus stop, and they are both going to get off the corner clean back to Marty.
Closed in again. Excuse me, on the bus stop. Now it's down to just about a car length. I'm looking on board with Jeff Edgar. This could be a situation where the draft does work, but watch Sean closely as he tries to break the draft. Here goes Jeff. He's got to run. Fakes low, goes up high. Excuse me there. And Patrick actually still just within some ground for a moment. It's going to be Sean at the line over Jeff. 4P15. Jeff's going to get the edge. I think he's going to outbreak him into turn 1. He clears Patrick. And a car, by the way, in pit road, your leader is coming in. That's Luke Turpin.
and it definitely looks like Edgar had the run through turn 1, and it looked like Sean Patrick might have rolled out of it and got on the brakes a little bit earlier. He did not want to go through one side by side, but Edgar locks him up, and Patrick almost gets to the back bumper that time. They managed to get around the International Horseshoe, and going down to the kink, now Edgar has a bit of a gap as he starts trying to pull away. He is now up to 15th, and we're going to start seeing more leaders coming to pit road any minute as Austin Edwards is now back to the lead.
So Edwards back up to the lead. And this time by, when Edwards goes by the flag stand, there will be 75 laps in the books. We will finally be 3/4 of the way done with this thing. We're down to the last quarter, and it's going to be high octane, high energy, low patience racing here between these guys, as I am excited to see how the conclusion of this one ends up playing out. We still have 13 cars on the lead lap here, 13 cars set to do the dance, and you're about to get your money's worth, my friend. This is going to be one heck of a finish here, as there's really a lot left up on the line. And let's not forget here, one big thing for both you, Marty and Doug. Luke Turpin should have won at the Texas Road Course. He had that race in the bag, but late in the race, he made a mistake entering the pits, gave his car some damage. His car was never the same. He ended up losing that race to Austin Edwards, a race that he had in his pocket. This is far from over. Luke Turpin could make another mistake. He's done it before. It could happen again.
Who knows what could happen? Turpin currently in 8th position. Austin Edwards in the race lead. And let me take a look at Turpin's pit time. It was a 33-second stop, so that was a very good stop for the Rolling Thunder Racing team. For Luke Turpin, he's looking for his 7th win this season in XCAL competition. He has been a very fast driver all season long. Coming to the stripe for Austin Edwards will be 25 laps to go here at the Daytona Road Course. And we got to keep in mind, too, with this 8-lap pit window, we could be in a situation where this race comes down to strategy. There are a lot of trouble for Tyler McRae, I believe. Yes, it is. Hard crash, and I believe that is in the exit, Doug.
Taking a look.
No, in turn 1.
He comes down into turn number 1. He hits that bump too hard. Car was off kilter. He's on the brakes, but he's oh no, he fully missed the tires. You could have held a piece of paper between the front of that car and the tires. He was that close, but he manages to save it, and a great save by him. But you know, he is another one that's had a very, very difficult night, as Austin Edwards starting to actually extend his lead over Alex Crapser a little bit.
So he's currently, yeah, go ahead, Petey.
I was going to say, so Edwards is actually now he's going to catch up to that lap car of McRae that we just talked about. Edwards is your leader. Crapser's in second. A variety of strategies here. Not sure how they're going to play out. We'll probably, in 2 more pit stops, I'll give you a good idea, because it's probably going to be until then that I know. But all I do know is that Austin Edwards is your leader. Alex Crapser is not too far behind, though. Crapser's actually closed up the gap, and with the draft of Tyler McRae, he'll probably close the gap up even more here. The question is, who's saving what? Who's saving fuel? Who's thinking the big picture here? Who's pushing it as hard as they can? There are so many variety of factors going into the end of this race that it's really hard to tell what's going to happen here as we come towards the bus stop, Marty.
Well, here's something interesting to me, and this may be a deja vu moment here, guys. Austin Edwards is pulling the Luke Turpin. We all know what Luke Turpin is known for on short tracks. He has been known for going the longest on a green flag stint. Austin Edwards last pitted on lap 69, and it is currently a nice 7-lap stint for him. Is he going to come in this time? He may be coming in this time. I'm not too sure. Waiting to see. Nope, he's going another lap. And yes, you can tell he's trying to go as long as he can, as a guy like Alex Crapser just made his way into pit road.
What lap did he pit on again?
It's lap 69.
Nice.
Yeah, baby.
As Austin Edwards goes through turn 1, and you know, his lap times are not suffering for the fuel saving and extending this thing like he has been. He's still running 201s, maybe an occasional 202. He's still got some extremely fast laps out there, as Crapser, Schwartz, and Wynn all on pit road. And this is Hallinar's chance now to gain something back, as he is running quite fast himself, as is Luke Turpin, as those two guys come in, and that is actually a close battle for what is now second and third, was about fifth and sixth. Those two are nose to tail, Petey.
Yeah, they are, and Halinar's on a completely different strategy, I'm pretty sure, so he still has to come into the pits. Luke Turpin, though, just put on a blazing lap, his fastest one of the race last time by, 2 minutes 6:35. Pretty sure that's the second fastest lap anyone has ran in the session so far besides Bronson, who still is the fastest lap with a 2 minute 4:58. And Bronson, by the way, he has worked his way back up to 9th position, but it's still a long way to go for Bronson, who was once in the contention for the win in this thing. Mistakes have plagued him. Back up front, though, it is Austin Edwards, and this time by, he goes to the bus stop. I expect to see Edwards come into the pits this time. Him and Halinar, the only two cars who've yet to pit, Marty Zakala.
And Turpin trying to get by on his inside for the second position. You got to add in addition, this is not good for Austin Edwards with Turpin being 38 seconds back, because Edwards, who has to come in this time, is going to lose a lot here to the 454 by taking this risk. And here he comes into pit road right now. And we should see Hellner in a change for the lead, by the way. Into the bus stop, Petey. Turpin goes to the point.
Yeah, Turpin takes it back the hard way. He takes it away from Halinar, although Halinar, I think, will be pitting either this time by or next time by. Nonetheless, though, Turpin takes the point back, and he has about a half a straightaway advantage over Alex Krapser. Let's see how close Edwards can get on his pit stops, as Edwards is just getting the left side tires in that car right now. And yeah, no, Turpin's going to have the lead. He's going to have it pretty decently and handedly over Edwards here.
Did you see that with Turpin, by the way? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Petey, but he just got loose off the turn 4, and by going on the apron on the exit, that's like a rare mistake you see out of Luke Turpin. But
Marty, I'm going to actually say I don't think that's a mistake. I watched him do that all day yesterday in the heat races, and me and Aaron were trying to figure out what the heck he was doing, but he kept doing it. I saw him doing it in practice over the weekend. I think that might be some sort of secret he figured out. I couldn't tell you if it's given him an advantage or not, but he's been doing it all weekend, and I don't think it was a mistake.
Trouble turn 1. Tyler McRae has gone off track. Not sure if he went around or not, but the day's gone from bad to worse on what looks to be a burnt number 99 machine. And let's see if Doug can get us a replay.
Yeah, just watching that. I don't think he barely got off track. I think he decided he was far enough back he was going to Tokyo Drift turn 1. But he definitely had that thing completely sideways. But a heck of a save by Tyler McRae, as that thing was completely sideways at one point, and he just managed to hold on to it. Got a little bit, he was still a little bit sideways when he got in the grass, still managing to hold on to that car. It was a really impressive save for him, as Luke Turpin now way out in front.
And I just thought of something here too, Petey. With Austin Edwards falling back to 5th, Luke Turpin currently has 5 more bonus points than Jordan Babinger because of the hard charger. Let's think of this right now. Turpin is ahead. Jordan Babinger currently runs in the 3rd position. That's a 10-point gain first for Luke Turpin, then add the extra 5, so that would still be a 38-point lead for Turpin.
Yeah, you know, this thing is far from over. I mean, Krapser, he has led the most laps in this thing. I think he pretty much has that all but locked up at this stage in the race. Krapser he's back up to 2nd position now. He's only 12 seconds behind Luke. All it takes is one little mistake for Luke, or one little strategy move for Krapser, having a shorter pit stop than Luke, and Krapser could be right back in this thing. I'll tell you what, I talked about how Krapser has the most second place finishes in the history of anyone in XCAL racing. I don't think he wants to make today be yet another one of those second place finishes. Keep an eye on Alex Krapser here, as he actually has closed a second on Luke Turpin that last time by, Doug.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to run him down, and Luke Turpin definitely trying to extend here. His lap times haven't dropped off significantly, but you can tell he's just trying to save some fuel at this point, and Krapser is not trying to save anything. He had one of his fastest laps just a moment ago. He is doing everything he can to get back up there to the leader right now.
Yeah, that was actually the fastest lap of the race for him. He ran a 2 minutes 6:55. He is just as quick as Luke Turpin right now. It's just a matter of if he can get there. Can he track him down? Is there enough laps left for Alex Krapser? Does he have the right strategy? So many factors coming into play as these drivers are in the final segments of this race. This time by for Luke Turpin, there'll be 21 laps to go, and he still runs on the apron. I don't know why he does that, but he runs half the car on the apron. There has to be a reason he does that. I've been watching him do it all weekend, but he continues to do it here.
Oh, there's two, actually. It'll help the car rotate through the corner just a little bit so that he could adjust it for the infield. That allows him to get that turn. Plus, it is a little bit shorter distance, and you know how Turpin is about saving fuel. Any way he can, he'll save the fuel. You see him stay way low and stay on the apron longer than anybody. Out of the bus stop, he stays right down there, and he's saving a little bit of fuel every single lap just by not going higher up the banking, not having to drive up a little bit. And it might be a
man.
Do what?
So that's such a Luke Turpin thing to do, man.
Yeah, it really is, and he's making it work for him too. I mean, it's a minuscule amount, but those minuscule amounts we've seen all night, and you see it in every endurance race out there. Those minuscule amounts really start to add up.
We just had a change for sixth position, by the way, in NASCAR 2. Jonathan Bronson getting by Jonathan Schwartz. They're on kind of a different strategy, just a lap apart. Schwartz last pitted on lap 76, Bronson on lap number 75. Also have another really good battle happening on track. Two good battles, I should say. You've got one for 10th between Halinar and Sean Andrews, and then also a battle for 15th between Jeff Edgar and Sean Patrick. So 21 laps to go here at Daytona. Luke Turpin is the leader, and when we come back, we're taking you to the finish.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.
Yep, I'm ready. Back here at the Legacy Daytona International Speedway Road Course. 20 laps to go. This time will be 19 for Luke Turpin. Why don't we give you this full field rundown at the moment. Turpin in the lead. 10-second lead on Alex Krapser. Third is Jordan Babinger. Fourth, Ezekiel Montero. Fifth, Austin Edwards. Sixth, Jonathan Bronson. Seventh, Jonathan Schwartz. Eighth, Blake Wynn. Ninth, Alex Hallinar. And 10th, Octavio Rondeletto. 11th, Ryan Seams. 12th, Sean Andrews. 13th, Greg Holes. 14th, Jeff Edgar. 15th, Sean Patrick. 16th, Gerald Poole. 17th, Kenny Tripp. 18th, now Josh Doobie. 19th, Kyle Bartels. 20th, Tyler McRae. 21st is Art Hendren. 22nd, Joe Campbell. 23rd, Alex Gingler. 24th, Pat Sullivan. 25th, Jose Gaudino. 26th, Derek Colson. 27th, Jeremy Leto. 28th, Mason Foster. 29th, Robert Colgan. And 30th out of the race, Wesley Johnson. Everyone else out of the race, Matt Bear, 31st. Kendrick Cryer, 32nd. 33rd, Noah Carpenter. 34th, John Brancaccio. And 35th is whatever Don's last name is. Driver in the pits right now is Luke Turpin. Gives the lead up to Alex Krapser. And let's talk about something before Turpin pitted. You and I talked about this during the break here, Doug. Turpin had a 4-stop race, but then you look at guys like Jonathan Schwartz and Jonathan Bronson, they could make it on 3.
Yeah, and that is going to come into play as well. They have planned their strategy in the second half of this race really, really well to be able to extend that and keep going the way they are. They still maintain that speed, and they don't have to make that final stop. Their stops from pit road entry, on average, is about 55 or almost a minute, really. Even if they're just getting fuel, it's still like 45 seconds to get a full pit stop in. So these guys that are making it a little bit shorter or making one less stop, they're going to have a huge, huge advantage here.
Absolutely. Petey, what do you think about this story possibly? Drivers making it on less stops compared to Luke Turpin.
I think that's going to be the case. I'm curious to see if Krapser comes down this time. If Krapser comes down this time, I'm pretty sure he has to pit 3 more times, just like Luke will. Actually, Luke only has to pit 2 more times if you're not counting the stop he just made. But if Krapser can stay out another lap this time by, it gets more and more interesting, and then it becomes, can he save the fuel? Can he go the distance? When are all these guys going to start to come into the pits? There's a lot of factors playing into this thing, and I am not sure who is going to come out on top as we see this time by. Krapser comes by, and Krapser is going to stay out another lap. This is really interesting, Marty.
Absolutely. The front leaders, the top 5, are drivers, in my opinion, you can't count out. It's going to be about who can save the fuel the best. Babinger is coming into pit road this time. Watch closely for Austin Edwards. He last pitted on lap 77. He's coming to lap 83 this time.
He might be in the catbird seat.
84, 91, 98. Yeah, that could be the case for Austin Edwards. You look at Krapser, who pitted on 76. He did... I'm trying to think what he did. He would be on 97. That could be his final stop estimatedly. But this could be possibly Austin Edwards' race to lose. What would you say, Doug? And actually, hang on, Doug. Actually, let's get back to that in just a moment. We just had a crash in the infield with Kenny Tripp. Let's see what happened.
Taking a look at Kenny Tripp going through the kink there. He's trying to get around, I believe that's Jeremy Leto, to the outside and just dove a little too low. Leto went wide to give him room, but he just tried to turn under him to make sure they didn't get together. And Octavio Rondeletto had another incident entering pit road, and he's probably going to get 2 more black flags because he ended up in the grass. So definitely not Rondeletto's night after recovering quite a bit from his earlier pit road incident. Pit road really killing some drivers here tonight. But back to what you were saying, and the question came up in the chat from Jason Coleman. Do I think it'd be Austin Edwards or Alex Krapser? And it's a crapshoot here. However, Petey said something a moment ago that made me think, are either of these drivers from Iowa?
Well, let's look at the entry list. Alex Krapser in the 29 is from the Midwest. Austin Edwards in the 66 is from California.
Well, then I have to say, because, Petey said go the distance, and I'm thinking if they fuel it, he will win.
Crapser might be from Iowa. It's not even a joke. I know he's from somewhere in the Midwest, and Iowa's out there. We'll have to see, but Crapser does come down this time by with 17 laps to go. Estimate his last pit stop to be, golly gee, around lap 98, 99. He's going to be coming down for a splash and go. This is going to be oh so dramatic at the end.
Doug, we got trouble in the West Horseshoe with Robert Colgan. Let's see what happened. And then another guy crashed too.
Yeah.
Jeff Edgar trouble in turn 1. Mason Foster and Jeff Edgar were racing each other. Edgar goes wide, gasses it in the grass, and you can't do that. Edgar was looking at a top 20 finish. Heavy left front damage to the car. It's pushed in with the fender. He could be done.
Well, we were talking about Colgan, and we just watched that replay, and we talked about it earlier in the race. That bump at the kink, he caught it just right and lost the back end of it. Spent that short chute trying to catch it. Let's look at what happened to Jeff Edgar now as he goes down through turn 1, right down there on the bottom, gets a little bit too wide on exit, stays in the gas, and yeah, he takes a hard hit into that pit road exit wall. He's got pretty heavy damage to the left front fender.
That's a tough break for Jeff Edgar. He was looking at a great finish for the Twisted Chassis team today. Anyway, the lead for Austin Edwards and Luke Turpin is down to 19 seconds. And now let's think of this again. Austin Edwards, we're expecting him to come in to make this a 3-stop race. With Luke Turpin, paid on lap 81, 88, 94. You know what? I'm reversing my strategy. I think this could be Luke Turpin's race now.
Well, anybody who makes it, if they can make it to 14 to go, then they can stop at 7 to go, and then they're good to go.
I'm going to take this opportunity and listen to Luke Turpin's onboard here and see if, when we watch him in the infield, I want to see, especially the infield, because I don't think
Yeah, let's take a look, see what happened to Colgan here. He hit the bump on turn 1, barely misses that tire wall at the pit exit wall, and spins it around. He hits hard and backwards into the inside wall. Has to wait a bit to even get moving again. So he's definitely not having a good night. And it's worth noting that he did lead earlier in the race. So, you know, and he's been in and out of the top 5 and top 10 most of the night. He came from the back, or came from 13th and has managed to work his way up through here. So it'll be good to see Sean Andrews get back into racing form here. Hopefully he'll be able to continue to maintain that lead lap and continue to be in contention here tonight.
Edwards comes down pit road. Yeah, go ahead, Petey.
I was just going to say, Edwards comes into the pits here, and that will cycle the lead back through to Luke Turpin, as Luke comes off of NASCAR 4 right now. He'll easily take the point back from Austin Edwards. Edwards should be able to make this on one more stop, I believe. It's going to be awfully close, but it's going to be close on one more stop. If he can make it on one more stop, he's probably going to be running out of gas coming out of NASCAR 4 on the last lap. This is tight. This is still so tight here at the end, folks. Do not leave your seat. Stay tuned. This is going to be one hell of a finish.
And we are taking you commercial free to the end. So it's Turpin and Crapser, 10-second lead for Turpin. We're going to listen to Luke Turpin. and see if he is pushing the clutch in. He's currently in the entering the dog leg this time, and I want to see if he lets off the throttle more here. Well, we can tell you through his onboard, he is short shifting, shifting quicker than usual. And let's add too, he was doing this 2 weeks ago as well at USA. And we had trouble in turn 1 actually. Art Hendren, turn 1 appears to have been the calamity corner for a lot of drivers. Locks the brakes up and spins the car 180. However, though, he keeps the car going. We're going to take a look at the incident points and see who's got the most today. Sean Andrews on top with 50. John Schwartz, 46. Luke Turpin, 45. Jordan Babinger, 41. Mason Foster, 40. Keep in mind, drivers as well do lose 10 seconds for every incident point. So Sean Andrews would have $5 taken off of his payout at the end of the day. The one that's got the least amount that's still on track is Alex Krapser. He's got 5.
That's impressive. And Jose Gaudino, shout out to him. He's the only other driver in single digits right now with 9. Gaudino, we haven't really talked about him much today. He's quietly having an okay run back there in 25th place, just running his own pace, doing his own thing right now. But clearly he's kept that car on track, and that's half the battle of these road courses that I always preach to these guys. Alex Krapser just put down his fastest lap of the race, a 2-minute 7:18. Krapser's getting faster as this event goes on, this time by the flag stand. Let's see what Krapser puts down this time by. He comes through the tri-oval across the flag stand. He puts down a 2:01 flat, and he has it under 10 seconds between him and Luke Turpin this time by.
My goodness, if Turpin has to save fuel because Krapser pitted 2 laps later, imagine what happens here, Doug.
Yeah, this could get interesting, but Turpin's got some lap traffic in front of him, and he is going to make a move going to the kink and get past that lap traffic, but it looked there, like briefly while we looked at him, like he was just sitting back there saving a little bit of fuel using the draft. And I've seen Turpin do this a little bit each part of the race tonight, where he if he gets behind somebody, he'll use them for a little bit until he just absolutely has to go. You see how much faster he is than the lap car he just passed, the 4 car. So he has definitely got a hot rod here, and I bet he looked in his mirror, saw that that gap was less than 10 seconds, and decided, it's probably time to go again. Petey?
I have changed my mind. I like Alex Krapser in this race. Give me Alex Krapser to win this. Here's why. Him and Luke Turpin both have to pit 2 more times. Krapser, though, is going to get to pit 2 laps after Luke. He'll get to take less fuel, and he already has the gap below 10 seconds. I think Krapser's the one sitting in the catbird seat to win this race right now.
And remember what we saw at Texas, too, a couple weeks ago. Only a 1 caution race, so many long runs. You saw Jose Gaudino in the lead, taking less fuel because he knew he was good to go to the end than the rest of the field. Kept the race lead. Josh Doobie does the same thing and wins in his XCAL debut. We could possibly see that again tonight. As I'm listening on board with Luke Turpin, he's cut the lead down to about 9 3/4 of a second, coming to 13 laps to go. Want to give a shout out as well while we were at it to Ezekiel Montero in the number 78, 4th position, started in 26th. This is a great night so far for him and the iRacing team.
Yeah, definitely. And, he's got one of the best strategists as a teammate out there, Octavio Rondoletto. It's always a good thing when you outperform your car owner. That does speak volumes, especially when your car owner is Octavio. Octavio has had some problems on pit road tonight. In fact, we've seen a lot of guys have those problems on pit road, and the guys, as we said at the top of the show, the guys that stay out of trouble, those have been the ones that have been successful here tonight, or the guys like a Jonathan Bronson who have managed to recover from any mistake they have made.
So here we go. It is Krapser still closing that gap. Now, Luke Turpin, I don't think he's coming in this time by or next. He's coming in within the next 3 laps. I know that much. But Turpin, it's still 2 stops to the end for him. Crapser, 2 stops to the end for him. I think when Crapser has to come into the pits, it might be coming to the white flag, or it might be with 2 to go, but it's going to be a splash for Crapser, man. And he better make sure that is the pressure stop right there. That's what separates your Dale Earnhardts from your Mike Skinners right there, your winners from your losers. Under that great amount of pressure, do you enter the pits perfectly and not speed, but get in there fast enough? Do you not miss your pit stall? Do you make sure you get the right amount of gas in your car? That's what separates the greats from the losers, and this is going to be the money stop here at the end of this thing. Both of these stops, but especially the one when they're going to be pitting with about 3 to 2 to go.
And look at Luke Turpin. Look at how much he is using that apron. If you drove a cup car there on that apron, you're spinning out big time without any question. He's going 140 miles an hour using that apron, use less distance, stays fuel. And here comes Turpin. Turpin is coming into the pits.
Wow.
Will erase a 10-second lead. Crapser off of turn 4. It's going to keep the lead, and now we're going to watch his line a little closely and see if he does something a little bit similar to Turpin, but Crapser takes the lead at the line. And we'll see what Jordan Babinger does here, because I think he's on the same strategy as Luke Turpin. No, he does not. He'll come out ahead of Luke Turpin in second position at the line.
Looks like Ezekiel's going to come down, Doug.
Yep, those two are on that same strategy. That's right, Doug.
Yeah, and it looks like from here, I think this might be the smart play here at the end. They come in now. They'll have to come in again, but they can do it anytime from 7 to go to 5 to go, maybe even 4 to go. But they get back out. Some of these guys that'll have to stop on lap 98, maybe 99, you know, if they can't stretch, if they run out of fuel, and if they have to make that stop, then they've only got a lap or so to make up the distance they have lost or the time they have lost. This might be the smart move. Going ahead, you know you've got to make those 2 stops. Go ahead and split them. We'll see if Crapser comes down this time as he gets back out onto the banking.
I think right now, PD, 5 cars have a chance to win it. Alex Crapser, Jordan Babinger, Austin Edwards, Jonathan Bronson, Luke Turpin. Those all probably are still alive in contention to win this race right now. Crapser's in NASCAR too.
Yeah, don't count out Ezekiel Monterrero either, who just came in the pits. I don't absolutely hate his chances, although it looks like he did have a rougher time on pit road than most, so he gets back out there. Up front, if I'm picking this right now, though, I'm telling you, I think it is a 2-horse, maybe a 3-horse race, but it's between Luke Turpin and Alex Crapser right now, with maybe Austin Edwards having an outside shot. I think Floppa, that big penalty mistake, cost him dearly. He's probably the fastest car on the track, but he just, he kicked the pooch, or whatever they say there on his end. Back up front, though, looks like Crapser saving fuel, drafting his teammate Joe Campbell, and Marty, he's going to stay out another lap. Crapser looks like he'll probably be pitting with 10 to go.
That seems likely. Now, I don't think we've really seen anyone go 10 laps on fuel today, Doug. If so, that'd be pretty crazy. I think the max I've seen somebody go today is 9.
Yeah,
Not 8.
It is 9 laps. That was the most we've seen anybody go, and they were sputtering on pit road. So I don't think we're going to see anybody take the chance here. It's just too late in the race to take a chance that you're going to lose everything, and it's too big of a gamble. If you haven't already tested it here, you're not going to try it, as Babinger and Bronson are on pit road, but I've just figured out how we determine the winner. I've got a dartboard. I mean, that is honestly, at this point, it's anybody's race that's been up in this top 5 so far tonight. Crapser's got the lead, and he's got a 25-second lead right now, but as soon as he makes his next pit stop, that is going to erase.
Absolutely, and now Austin Edwards doesn't seem to really have the big chance because his lead's diminishing on Luke Turpin. I should say the gap between the two, 14-second lead. We do have a good battle on track, by the way, Doug, and it's for 5th position. Hallinar and Wynn on similar strategies. They're entering the International Horseshoe right now, Burns.
Yeah, they are. And Blake Wynn just gets on the brakes really hard and lost a lot of momentum. He was actually gaining on Hallinar there for a moment, but he got on the brakes on corner entry. He was really sending it in there and got on the brakes a little too hard. The back end barely kicked out, but smoked the tires and lost a lot of ground. And Hallinar is now opening up a gap. It went from just under a second between them to now well over 2 seconds just in the infield. And if Wynn wants back up there, he's really going to have to hammer it.
Here comes Crapser with 10 to go. Crapser's going to make his second to last stop with 10 to go. Expect to see him pitting with popsicle sticks in the air again.
Going to be very close to see what happens on field. Nobody really knows what's going to happen. When we'll know is when we come to the checkered flag on who's going to win it likely. So Crapser comes in, and it is a 39-second lead on Luke Turpin. Now let's see what he does
Edwards
here.
stays out, Marty. Do you think there's a chance Edwards can do this on one more stop?
I think so. We've got 10 to go. It would be 9 to go when he... No, it would still be a 10 to go when he comes in. Because remember of where he started, back in the 31st spot. It would be very tough. Doug, what do you think?
Well, I got to say, Chris Johnson's dropping in here and saying Austin Edwards has got this when that he's going to win this. I think if anybody can do it, I think if he can stretch it, make it to the end of this lap, pit on this lap, I think he'll be really, really, really close on fuel. And we saw him drafting every lapped car. We've seen him get behind lap cars and just let up and follow them, draft them through the infield. We've seen every single strategy known to man he's used here to save as much fuel as possible. I think if Austin Edwards pits now, he'll come out of the pits with 9 to go. I think he could make it from here, but it will be so close.
And I want to point something out too. There is no rule in the XCAL rulebook that says that another car can't push a car around the track that's out of fuel. And Alex Crapser and Luke Turpin both have multiple teammates out there on the track. Austin Edwards has none, but I think that could become a factor for numerous reasons, because if a car runs out, come to the white flag, and your teammate's behind you and you're in the lead, there's no rule saying that car can't push you around the track with no fuel as Edwards comes around. Now, if Edwards stays out again, I don't know the exact strategy he's on, Marty, but if he makes it around again, I think he's definitely good. Coming down this time by, it's going to be awfully close.
We'll just have to see what happens in this situation. 11-second lead for Edwards on Turpin. Without question, Edwards is saving fuel, going to take it full fuel stint to the end of this one, and I think he is coming in pit road. No, he goes another lap. Oh, this is going to be big.
We're going to ride along with him for this lap because it's going to be interesting, and we have to see what he is doing. So he crosses the start-finish line, and he's down into 1, and he barely hits the rev limiter.
This time by the way, is will be when the window for the final fuel stop opens up. It has been an all-out endurance war today.
And Edwards can go to the end when he pits.
Yes.
Edwards is going to be good. But here, Marty, here's the big thing. Turpin and Crapser are not going to have to take full tanks of fuel when they
Correct.
pit. And Edwards doesn't have that big of a lead over them to begin with. This is going to come right down to the wire, folks. I'm telling you, we could get with 2 to go and all 3 of them could be under a blanket the way this might work out. This is going to be tight.
This is a little surprising, by the way. Edwards decided not to shift into 4th gear and try and save some... Oh, actually, not surprising, actually, that he went to 3rd gear and it was on the rev limiter trying to save less fuel. But without question, you got to see Edwards in this lap.
Yeah, he is short shifting, and he is using that lap car in front of him to get every bit of draft. He hits the rev limiter just barely there, just trying to keep that draft. I think we're going to see him on the brakes early into the bus stop as he comes down the back straightaway toward the bus stop. And look, he's not full throttle. He's barely hitting 6,000 RPM. He shifts. He's not going full throttle. He's not pushing the car as hard as he has to. There he hits the rev limiter, but he is taking it very, very easy. And like I said, he is using that lap car to draft. He is not getting over about 5,800 RPM. Lap car moves.
And is he staying out again?
Are you
staying
kidding
out
me?
another lap. He is absolutely going to make it to the finish at this point, and Austin Edwards might be trying to Luke Turpin, but still the gap is not that big. This is going to be so close, folks. Do not leave your seat.
Will he have enough fuel, though, to bring it in? That's the question. This is what we're seeing is now an 8-lap fuel run. He pitted on lap number 85. So we have to see Edwards in this lap, and he will be good to go to the end. One driver just came into pit road, by the way. Alex Hallinar opens the window up for the final fuel stop of the day. Likely won't win the race. However, though, he's put on a good top 10 performance.
Yeah, he can definitely stretch it. He was one of those that could have made 9 laps if he had to, so he's definitely going to be able to make it from here. And Austin Edwards, I think he's going to make it to the line. He is still in the gas. He's just not going full throttle. He's not pushing it to the limit. I think he'll make it to this stop. I really think Marty called it. He just Luke Turpin.
It's still going to be so close here because I don't know if he has enough time to beat Luke Turpin. I don't know if he had a big enough lead that he needed to beat Luke, and we're not going to know until after Luke and Crapser pit. We really aren't going to know until that point, and we probably aren't going to know until 2 laps to go because I think that's when Crapser is going to have to pit. So Edwards comes down through the bus stop, and Marty is going to be coming back to you where he should be pitting this time.
Oh, one thing that I just thought of, Luke Turpin and Crapser could both pit here and top off as well. They could do it now.
Double turn 1. Art Hendren again, without question, has gone around and doing Art Hendren things. Wheel hops, another Art Hendren thing into Thanos. Blake Wynn gets a piece of it. And here comes Edwards into pit road for his final stop of the race. Will have to be a full tank of fuel without question. Now, if you're Luke Turpin and Alex Crapser, if you have it like a crew chief app or something, you will see something that tells you how many gallons you have to add on your race car. And that could possibly be, if you do that, you could possibly win the race. So Turpin in the lead with 7 laps to go. It's a 9-second lead over Crapser. And we expect Luke Turpin in about 2 laps from now. For Crapser, about 4 laps.
You're saying that, and the more I'm thinking about this, if I am Luke Turpin, Alex Crapser, and I want an advantage here, I pit this time. I get fuel only, and I only get as much as I need. That way I have time to make up for anything that may go wrong here. And you let it play out from there. As there's a spin right behind, it's Pat Sullivan spins right behind Turpin.
Let's take a look at this. This is a close call for Superman. Lets him go. And then tries to gas it in the grass. Just does not work at all. And I'd assume this would be in front of Crapser. I don't see him on my screen.
No, Crapser
now has gone by him.
Yeah, he's...
Oh, trouble again. And this is in turn 1. Matt Bear has crashed. And let's see what happens. He wheel hops into turn number 1 and loses it. And reverses off track, keeps the car back going, running in 30th spot. Not been a good day for Matt Bear, and you will definitely see his rage in the Discord for those of you that are a part of it. So Turpin with the lead in turn number 3, coming to 6 laps to go this time by. Down to an 8-second lead over Alex Crapser. Jordan Babinger is 3rd. You find where Austin Edwards is. He's currently in 5th. Babinger and Bronson on the same strategy. They each last pitted on lap 89. It's coming in. Here we go. This is strategy.
I told you so. That was the smartest move Turpin could make right now. Crapser should try and pull the same thing. He does not. Crapser is going to stay out. Babinger is...
This is a fuel-only stop for Luke Turpin. This could be big. He's going to take less fuel. Edwards is in NASCAR 4. We're going to watch closely and see where they end up.
Oh, this is going to be so close. Turpin still gaining fuel in that car. Edwards is going to have the lead. It's going to be close, but I think Edwards is going to beat him there. It's going to be really close, though. Edwards is going to have it.
Let's see what happens. At the line, it's Turpin over Edwards, and Edwards will get by Turpin into turn 1. Austin Edwards, this is going to be close now. This is going to be close. Luke Turpin out of pit road. Going back to speed. Edwards goes to the point, Doug.
And it's going to be close. Turpin's going to try and carry as much speed up off there. Wow. He's really sent it up off there. Luke Turpin right to the back bumper of Austin Edwards. Now these two are going to race it out for the end of the race. And this battle now comes down to which one is faster. And we have not seen these two go mano a mano all night.
Now Alex Krapser. Go ahead, Pete.
I was going to say, two of the best in the business here. Luke Turpin, Austin Edwards. Superman in the first place ace. A race that came down to strategy. It's now, like Doug said, mano-y-mano, but the biggest factor here is when does Alex Krapser pit? Because Krapser most certainly is not a lame duck in this situation. He is still very much in the battle for this win. We'll have to see what happens as he comes out of the bus stop, Marty. Let's see if he comes down this time by. If they make it to 5 to go, there will be no more cautions.
Absolutely. It's been a great race so far when it comes to that. Krapser running the low line. I'm going to take a ride on board with him and see what he's doing. He's going to get a nice draft. Now, when you get the draft, you can lose some. You save less fuel, by the way. And Krapser staying out this time by. Green, green, green. Say it, Petey. He left the broadcast booth.
He went to tell the drivers green, 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 and Krapser off into turn one as a 30-second lead. And I know what Krapser is doing here. He is going to go to the last possible second, get as little fuel as possible, hope he can get on pit road perfectly, get that fuel, get back off pit road, and hoping above all hope that he can continue to keep that lead and maybe extend that lead. Austin Edwards has now pulled away from Luke Turpin with 5 laps to go. He has a 1-second lead, just a little bit, and he drifts it through one.
This is going to close the gap, Doug.
Not very much, only a 1/10 of a second. Wow, Austin Edwards drifts the turn, but now here we go into the International Horseshoe. Turpin really sent it down in there. Mason Foster had an incident, but I don't want to get away from this for very long. Let's take a quick look at Mason Foster's incident just a moment ago.
Yeah, he just wheel hopped into turn number 1. Almost got the attenuator tires there. And we're going to get back to the battle for a second between Edwards and Turpin.
He did get the attenuator tires. Barely. And he backs up in front of Godino and catches Godino. Back to Turpin, who is still trying to run Austin Edwards down. The gap is still 1 second, and now lap traffic is coming into play everywhere, and the lap traffic definitely helps Turpin here.
Yeah, it does. Big draft there for Turpin as they go around the lap car. If Kenny tripped, Turpin's going to be able to use that draft, but Edwards looks like he's pulled the gap a little bit. Edwards is getting off that last corner of the road course section of the speedway a lot better than Turpin. He opens up to about 1.5 seconds. Here we come, though, this time by 4 laps to go.
Let's watch Krapser here. Does he pit? Or
No.
does he go another lap? No, he goes another lap. We'll go back to the battle for second here.
Krapser's not going to have to take much fuel. I think Krapser's in the catbird seat. He's going to have to take very little fuel.
Alex Krapser, who has one career XCAL win that came many years ago, as Petey said earlier, holds the record for most second-place finishes in XCAL racing history. Came home second last race 2 weeks ago at USA, losing in a photo finish to Kendrick Cryer. Could today be the day where he gets his first win of the season, second of his career, Doug?
Man, it is going to be so close. He was extending that lead there for just a little bit, but now Austin Edwards has started to chip away from it, and the more Austin Edwards chips away here, the harder it's going to be for Krapser to pull this pit road maneuvering off. It's going to be very, very, very close for Krapser here, but Austin Edwards continues to charge, and Luke Turpin as well is not letting him get very far away. Just 1.5 seconds now, but Luke Turpin is losing a little bit of ground now to Austin Edwards, especially on the infield. Austin Edwards just walking away from him on the infield, and then he picks up some speed up on the banking. Meanwhile, Krapser continuing to lose time, now down to 28.5 seconds, and it is dropping quickly. Austin Edwards on a tear.
Austin Edwards absolutely on a tear as he goes back up onto the NASCAR oval. This time by, I almost guarantee you're going to see Alex Crapser coming to the pits this time. But for Austin Edwards, he has opened up about a 2-second advantage, it looks like, over Luke Turpin. Edwards is walking away from him. I don't think it's a battle between Edwards and Turpin anymore. I think Edwards has Turpin covered. It's a matter of, can Alex Crapser beat that 66 car off of pit road? Here we come this time by, Crapser coming down.
Alex Crapser pits this time. Got to get down to 55 miles an hour. Gets on the brakes. Oh, this is going to be close. Does he speed? He comes in at 55. That got very close. A perfect entry for Alex Crapser. Near disaster happening. Does not lock the brakes up. Without question, he is going to take fuel only. But how does he run the strategy? 28 seconds. Austin Edwards is in turn 4. Edwards is in turn 4. This is going to be close here. Crapser has to go quickly. He's got to come out now or else Edwards is going to jump him. Here they come. Edwards at the stripe. Crapser's not going. Austin, oh, now he's out. Edwards to the lead.
And into turn 1. Now, if Crapser can get off pit road quickly and get up to speed, he might still have a chance. But with 3 laps to go, he is now just over 2 seconds behind Austin Edwards going into the International Horseshoe. It's going to be tough, but Turpin is starting to make up ground on him again.
Something you got to remember too real quick, Doug, because Crapser has less fuel, his car is lighter, so he'll be a little bit faster in the straights. Let's keep that in mind, Doug.
Most definitely. We can keep an eye on their lap times as this continues to go. And Austin Edwards has a 2-second lead over Turpin, 3.3 over Crapser. I think Crapser might be out of it. It's going to take a huge mistake by Austin Edwards for Crapser to get back in it. Crapser may be able to pull off second here, but if they get to battling for second, Austin Edwards walks away.
No doubt about it. Here, as we are back in NASCAR 1 and 2, we are going to get this finish in the books for you. We are down in the closing laps of this thing. It's a 3-horse race, but it's probably going to take some sort of mistake from Austin Edwards for anyone else to have a chance at this thing. Edwards works in the draft of the lap traffic of the car, Art Hendren. Hendren has had issues today. That's a car that probably Edwards should be careful around. Hendren does get loose in front of Edwards, and it's going to be Edwards. He had to check up a little bit on the exit to the corner there. He's going to get underneath Edwards, Marty.
Edwards gets by, no issues there. Just be concerned if you're Luke Turpin or Alex Crapser, but at the main time, you don't want to worry about it. Hendren remains up top. She'll let Turpin and Crapser go away. Edwards not happy at Hendren on the radio. Now Hendren comes down. May think about possibly racing Edwards here. Now you got to be careful with if you're Edwards in turn 1, because Hendren has had problems all day with 2 laps to go. Let's see what happens in 1.
Yeah, down into 1. It looks like Hendren giving it a little bit extra space there and making sure he doesn't impact the win. But that did cost Austin Edwards over half of a second just having to check up there. Luke Turpin definitely capitalized. He is down to 1.3 seconds.
Oh. Joe Campbell is turned at the exit of the bus stop. Let's see what happened here. It was him, Robert Colgan, get into Joe Campbell.
Issue there, but we have a great battle.
They had history from last week, 2 weeks ago, I should say, at USA International Speedway. And, oh boy, that's not going to go down well, really.
We come back out now, though, into NASCAR 1 and 2. Battle for the lead is tightened up as Crapser has a little bit of a moment there with Hendren. He's going to get by him. And now Alex Crapser and Luke Turpin trying to close this gap on Austin Edwards. I just don't know if they can close it. Turpin's still running the fuel
tank. The bus stop too.
What?
Mason Foster, ironically, Joe Campbell's teammate. Let's see what happens here. Gets into the grass, tries to gas it, and around he goes.
Well, we are here with 2 laps to go. The leaders are up front, and as they're coming into the bus stop, Austin Edwards gets into the bus stop now. The Mason Foster, 17 laps down, shouldn't be an issue to them, as now we come back to you, Marty, in NASCAR 3 and 4.
It's a 1.7 second lead for Austin Edwards on Luke Turpin. The gap between first and third, 3.6 seconds. It's a 2-second lead for Turpin over Alex Crapser. It's going to likely take a mistake for a guy behind him to win it. Here they come.
Great battle, 5th, 6th, 7th.
Austin Edwards. We'll watch the battle for 5th in a little bit, but this time by white flag in the air. 1 lap to go for the K2 number 66 to tie the XCAL record for most wins in a season, Doug.
And off into turn 1, he's got a 1.5-second lead. He loses a little bit of ground to Turpin in the infield as he gets the white flag, but he just takes off at the second half of the infield. He just runs away. Austin Edwards is going for the record-tying race here, and it looks like as long as he keeps that car clean and straight, it might have one lap car come into contention, but it doesn't look likely. It looks like he can just take it easy, play it safe, and get the win here tonight.
It would appear so. So Edwards now, he's going to bring it through the West Horseshoe. Now he gets off the corner. He is coming down to the final corner in the road course. Edwards has the draft of the lap car in front of him. I believe that is Gerald Poole. Edwards, it should be all smooth sailing. He gets off the corner into NASCAR 1 and 2. Edwards first, Luke Turpin second, third Alex Krapser, fourth and fifth is a fantastic battle, by the way. Jonathan Bronson and Alex Hallen are dueling, but we are going to focus on the leader, Austin Edwards. He brings it through NASCAR 1 and 2. He does not quite have the draft of Gerald Poole, I think. If Turpin has any shot at this thing, he's going to need a bad bus stop for that number 66 of Austin Edwards, and Turpin's going to need to get in there deep, but I think the gap is just far too much to negotiate here for Luke Turpin. Here we come down to the bus stop. Edwards gets into the bus stop. He gets into it cleanly. He is going to get through the bus stop cleanly, and Marty's a call up to you for the finish.
No issues for Austin Edwards over Luke Turpin. No issues for Turpin either. In NASCAR 3 and 4 for the final time. Austin Edwards, he's been such an incredible driver all season long, will tie the XCAL record for most wins in a single season. Here comes number 9. Sweeping the road courses, Austin Edwards to the checkered flag, and he wins the Tri-EA 356. Turpin comes home second. Krapser third. And we've got a battle for 4th. Babinger to 4th. Oh, Bronson just got taken out by Montero. Or is that Hallinar?
Oh, the battle's still on for 5th, though. Montero goes to the outside of Hallinar. They are side by side for 5th and 6th. This is going to be a great battle back to the start-finish line. Who's going to get to the wire first? It's Hallinar on the low side in that 57, and Hallinar's out of fuel. Hallinar's out of fuel. Montero's going to steal 5th in this XCAL debut.
An amazing finish for Montero in actually his second start race 2 weeks ago at USA. Montero will finish in 5th. Hallinar sputtering. Bronson gets by him for 6th, and Hallinar takes home 7th spot. We still have a race as well for 9th position on the line between Rondoletto and Blake Wynn, Petey.
Yes, we do. Looks like John Schwartz is going to take 8th, and Rondoletto, if he's good on fuel, he should take 9th position here. It's going to be close back to the start-finish line, but as long as the 77's good on fuel, I think he's going to get 9th. So a disappointing run for Octavio, who was running in the top 3 earlier. And Blake Wynn, how about this? His return after having to take a few weeks off, he comes back at the road course, a place he admittingly struggles at, and Blake Wynn's going to take home a solid 10th place finish today.
Great day for Blake Wynn in his return, but Austin Edwards, and I think he is out of fuel, and he is. No room at all for a burnout. Takes his 9th win of the season. Came in 4th in points, and if he doesn't start, look at this, he's going to get a nice push from John Schwartz. If Edwards doesn't join late in the season, I think we are looking at him as the championship points leader.
Yes, we are, but I'll tell you what, Jordan Babinger got really lucky here today, Marty, because Luke Turpin didn't get the points for winning the race, and because Austin Edwards won, he didn't get the bonus points for the hard charger, and this championship battle is going to stay very tight. I know Babinger would have liked to finish better than 4th and maybe had a chance at the win, but points considered, this really did go well for Jordan Babinger, the way it was looking.
I'm looking at a 33. I'm looking at a 33 points lead for Luke Turpin over Jordan Babinger. So this battle is still not over yet, with 5 races left to go in the regular season. Schwartz and Wynn are going to make a train for Austin Edwards, so that way he can get to the start-finish line. That's a nice sign of respect by the other 2 drivers. I think Schwartz even lost his front bumper, and he has, while pushing Austin Edwards. That's pretty funny. So stand by. We're going to get your top 3 in here shortly. and we'll get them in here just a little bit.
Yeah, so then I'll go try to track down third place, and I'll talk to Alex Krapser, and then Doug, you can talk to Superman, and then we'll send Marty down with Austin here. But actually, I'm down here in pit lane, and I actually think I have found the number 29 car of Alex Krapser. I've caught up next to Alex. And Alex, you led the most laps here today at Daytona, but let's take me through that finish there. Coming into that last pit stop, you made the pit stop with 3 laps to go. We all knew it was going to be close. Did you think you were going to beat Edwards off of pit lane, or did you know he was going to have you by a little bit?
I actually thought Edwards was going to have me by a lot more than he actually did, and I thought that me and Luke would be closer than we were too. So I was just a little bit off in my estimation of how long it'd take to do all that stuff, and that's what the difference was. When you can run 100 laps, have one caution, and the top 3 come within 3 seconds of each other, all running out of fuel at the line. That's about as good as it gets.
And just how close were those calculations all race long there, Alex? I watched you get yourself on a different strategy there towards the end of that one. What was kind of the idea here? Were you just trying to do something different than everyone else and hopefully your strategy might work out, or did you kind of come into this race with a game plan right from the get-go?
I kind of came in with a game plan knowing that if I were to try and make it 8 laps on a run and save fuel, I probably wouldn't be able to keep up the pace with all the guys in front, especially when I was leading. So I just pitted every 7 laps, and it worked in the beginning. Bronson he was the fastest car out here for sure, but kind of got in trouble with a couple of speeding penalties, I believe, and then also took a spin or something. But he was best driver on the track all day and the most dominant car, and Austin and Luke did a great job too, and definitely deserve their top 2 finishes.
Well, Alex, now we've seen you. You finished second at Irwindale Outer, and you actually were leading that race with 10 laps to go. At USA, we saw you just lose barely in a photo finish there with Kendrick Cryer. You finished third in this one. We're leading with 3 laps to go. 5 races left to go in the season, Alex. I know we go to Rockingham, Bristol, Lanier, the Charlotte Legends Oval in Charlotte. Are you thinking that maybe before the season's over, your day will finally come, or it has to be tiring finishing second and third in all these races, coming so close so many times?
Yeah, finishing second and third. I mean, you'd like to be in the winner's circle. It's a lot better than 14th or wherever you end up finishing if you're a couple laps down in these races that are so competitive. Just being on the lead lap is the biggest deal at the end of these races, and on the short tracks, anything can happen with fuel strategy, guys running different gears. I think pretty much today everyone ran the same gear, but yeah, going into the last 5 races of the year, I'd like to get a win, and I think it's just circumstances that have to go our way.
All right, well, Alex, before I let you go celebrate another great podium finish with your team, who do you got to thank for sponsors and crew on that 29 machine?
Just got to thank Joe Campbell, Danny, Justin, Skeleton Key Recording, Gypsy Soul. I got to give a shout out to my teammates Ryan Seams and Sean Andrews. They both had awesome runs and ended up on the lead lap, 11th and 12th. So great runs for them. I know Mason had a little bit of a tough time, but the whole team is coming together and getting better, and it's good to see us have a good run like this again.
All right, well, congratulations to you on another fantastic podium finish. And Doug Burns, I believe you're caught up on pit road with second place Superman.
Hey, Superman Luke Turpin, the last 10 laps of that race, we were trying to do the math on it. That was so close, and that last few laps after the final stop, you kind of kept gaining and losing on Austin there.
Yeah, it was a crazy ending there. I kind of had a bit of a plan going into that second half of that race, but the yellow came out slightly timing different, so I just bailed on it, and I just basically went as hard as I could, which probably means I most likely probably took more fuel than anyone. But to recover from, basically, I didn't even practice this car. I just got home yesterday and start in the back and get a penalty and a drive-through and all that. To overcome that, I'm happy.
It definitely was an interesting night for you, and you came from all the way back in 29th, and a couple of times drove through a lot of chaos right in front of you.
Yeah, it wasn't so bad, to be honest. The guys were really helping out. My car was so slow on the straightaway. I felt so bad for people that I was passing because I passed them in the bus stop, and 25th place cars are blowing back by me on the straightaway. I got to figure out what was going on there. I seem to have this problem on legacy tracks.
Well, you didn't have any major problems tonight as you came out here and pulled off a second place finish, and heck of a strategy, and definitely one of the faster cars out there. Before we let you go, any team or sponsors you'd like to thank?
I got to thank Aaron, putting this whole deal on. He continues to work hard, and setting up the rest of this season and the next season. He's also our team owner. He does a great job. I feel bad for Matt. I have no idea what happened to him, but it sounds like he lost a motor halfway through the race. So I feel terrible for him. And big shout out to Greg. Greg knew I was down on speed, and he was towing me around quite a few laps. So you guys in the broadcast booth, all the sponsors that put in this deal, I'm super happy with a second, which is odd for me, but considering I had no running of this car until late last night, I'm good with it.
All right, man. Congratulations. Go celebrate with your team, buddy.
Thank you.
Alrighty, that is Luke Turpin taking the second place finish. And now it is time to go to K2 Victory Lane, and we're going to talk with your winner, his 9th win on the season. Austin Edwards takes it home. Austin, we're going to start things off here on how long you went before you made your last pit stop. Did you know it was going to be what it would take to get the win, or were there any concerns that Turpin or Krapser would have used less fuel and gone out in front of you?
Marty, I was shocked that I was able to park this in victory lane today, and by such a small margin makes it even crazier because, if you look at the times between Turpin and Krapser, Babinger, Bronson, Hallinar, Octavio, Rondoletto, all these guys were so fast all day, and I didn't get as much practice for this race as I'd hoped to, so I kind of threw in the Texas setup and made a couple tweaks and hoped it would work out okay. I had a really good setup from one of my friends from K2 Racing that actually helped me out quite a bit in the race there, so went into the race, obviously started way towards the back and just tried to survive the first little bit, and eventually the fuel strategy started to come into play. Ended up around the top 10 at halfway, and I was able to get to the lead for a little while, but halfway through the race realized that I had drank a little too much water before getting into the seat here, so I had to relieve myself somehow and try to get up and make it in time, but by the time I come back to my PC, I realized I had about 20 seconds longer on the pit stop than I needed, so I thought that was the end of the game there, but realized I could save just enough gas to make it by a stretch at across the line, and thank goodness it worked just the way it needed to.
Early in the race, we saw you making your way up through the field. When you were starting to make your way make moves and break into the top 10, did you know that even when the competition yellow came out that you knew you had a chance?
I was shocked that I was even going to get up to the front. Obviously, these road courses can be very destructive sometimes, especially on the starts, so I was expecting some calamity in the beginning, but it was just only a couple door slams here and there. I got out of it clean, and from that it was just all eyes forward. So I was hoping for a top 10, top 5 day, and thank goodness it worked out 10 times better than I even imagined it could.
Austin, 2 more for you before we let you go. How do you look at the Rock next week in North Carolina?
I've said this before, but the Rock is one track that I struggle with greatly. Even compared to tracks like Thompson or USA, Rockingham might be one of my worst. So I'll have to see if I can get the time to put in some extra laps and at least keep a good spot in the points, and hopefully either get some really good luck that week to break that record, or hopefully chase the double digits after that.
Finally, let's give you this opportunity. Shout out the sponsors, shout out the team.
K2 makes it happen, man. K2 sauce, the best sauce you'll get around. So once again, a big thanks to Paul and all the guys that brought me on to K2. It's been a blast so far, running an XCAL. And, of course, all the guys at XCAL that tolerate us yelling at each other and doing all those shenanigans every week. So everybody that makes it happen, appreciate you. Hope everyone enjoys the broadcast so far.
Austin, I do have one question for you because it came up in the and we realized you were from the Midwest. Are you by chance from Iowa?
I am from Southern California.
Oh, okay. Had it backwards then. Well, we were thinking earlier in the race, given the last week and everything, if they fuel it, if they fuel it, you will win. But you definitely stretched the fuel mileage. Congratulations, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, Doug.
Alrighty, Austin Edwards in K2 Victory Lane. K2 is the official sauce of XCAL Racing. It's an everything sauce, from barbecue to steaks to ketchup and more, all in one. The only sauce you'll ever need, also available in hot and coming soon, Southern Style. And Hillebush, I know you are watching this. I want my damn Southern Style sauce to come in as soon as possible, you son of a gun. Anyway, let's give you the official results from today's race. It was Austin Edwards taking the win by 1.5 seconds over Luke Turpin. Alex Krapser third, Jordan Babinger fourth, Ezekiel Montero, gotta give a big shout out to him, second XCAL start, fifth place finish. Jonathan Bronson sixth, Alex Hallinar seventh, John Schwartz eighth, Octavio Rondeletto ninth, Blake Wynn 10th, Ryan Seams 11th, Sean Andrews 12th, Greg Holz 13th, Josh Doobie 14th, Sean Patrick 15th, Gerald Poole 16th, Jeff Edgar 17th, Kenny Tripp 18th, Kyle Bartos 19th, Tyler McRae 20th, Patrick Sullivan 21st, Joe Campbell 22nd, Art Hendren 23rd, Alex Gingler 24th, Jose Gaudino 25th, Mason Foster 26th, Robert Colgan 27th, Derek Colson 28th, Jeremy Leto 29th, and Matt Bear 30th. Wesley Johnson 31st, Kendrick Cryer 32nd, Noah Carpenter 33rd, John Brancaccio 34th, and Don York in 35th. Let's take a look at the bonus points and see how they were issued. Leading a lap, this is big as well. Obviously, Luke Turpin and Jordan Babinger, talking about them earlier, they led laps. Austin Edwards gained 5 bonus points for leading the lap. Alex Krapser also gets 5 additional bonus points for leading the most laps. Jonathan Bronson, Alex Hallinar, Octavio Rondeletto, Sean Andrews, and Matt Bear all getting 5 bonus points. The fastest lap of the race, Jonathan Bronson, a 2 minutes, .275. Hard charger of the race went to Austin Edwards, so add 5 more bonus points to his resume from today. And the pole went to Jonathan Bronson, so he'll get another 5 bonus points for that. Alrighty. Final thoughts on this race, Doug, before we preview Rockingham for next week.
Wow. The strategy, we came into this race knowing we'd have that midway caution and there would be fuel strategy would come into play. And the guys that came from the back, you look at the top 10, 5 of those guys came from outside the top 20 to come up here and get a top 10 finish. And Austin Edwards tying the record, man. It's pretty impressive, having one heck of a season. I'd imagine next season we can expect to see him at the top and battling for the points championship.
Alrighty, Rockingham next week. That is going to be a fun one. That was a great race as well, and a race that last time we were at Rockingham still stings for me. That's all I'll say on that. But what are you looking forward to when we go back to the Rock tomorrow? It's kind of the combination of a super speedway and a short track all in one.
Well, we saw last time they were there just a lot of strategy play out, a lot of back and forth, and a lot of very interesting racing. You don't generally see 3-wide racing at the Rock, but we saw it last time we were there. Fully expect to see more of the same in next week's race, and with the points battle being as close as it is, do expect a lot of excitement and possibly some fireworks. Looks like there's going to be some fireworks from tonight, and I'm sure some of that carries over as well.
Absolutely. All right, that's going to do it for our broadcast. Big shout out to PDJ Zeller for joining us in the broadcast booth. And let's give a shout out to all of our sponsors: Butt Kicker, K2 Sauce, Higgins the XCAL Spotter Pack, JT's Mobile Pressure Washing, Megadeth and Tenaford Gin, More Polish Pottery, Sim Racer Coin, Try E-Ink, and the XCAL Racing Web Shop. So that will do it for us on behalf of all of our XCAL admins. From Aaron Hillebush, our president, PDJ Zeller, the VP, Derek Colson, Jeremy Leto, our senior admin. Same with Paul Coleman Jr. On behalf of Doug Burns, working in Mission Control, and my color commentator, along with PDJ Zeller, Marty Stakala signing off for tonight. Big congratulations to Austin Edwards, his 9th win of the season, and it comes at the Daytona Road Course. Thank you all for joining us. So long from Daytona Beach.
With the Butt Kicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. Butt Kicker. The future is feeling.